Okay, well, I set 300 in my head as the arbitrary start attendance. So, thank you everybody for attending Spotted Lanternfly or SLF 101 on February 25th, 2021. This session is being recorded, so if you did miss anything or you do have an other obligation to be at and going to miss something, it will be accessible later on. So, um, as you can see, we do have a packed schedule, so we're going to try and stay to that schedule as close as we can. So please note on this slide at the bottom for questions, feel free to use the Q&A box to submit those. We'll try and answer them as we can or as time allows during the session, but we will have the opportunity to review those questions and send out answers from the presenters afterwards. So again, thank you for attending. If I can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. As you can imagine, a lot of time and effort went into putting this together. So here's a snapshot of all the folks that were involved in this. My name's Scott Shermer again. I'll be moderating today, and the rest of the folks that were involved in the agenda, logistics, putting the webinar together are all included in this. So a big thank you to them. We're looking forward to a great day and hope you enjoy the programming. So without further ado, I'll introduce our first presenter, Julie Urban. Julie, take it away.
All right. Hi, good morning. Thank you, Scott, and thank you for the opportunity. Okay, I'm stopping your screen share and I'm going to my screen share. All right, so let me ask, can you see that, Scott?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. So hi, I'm Dr. Julie Urban. I'm a faculty member at Penn State, and I'm talking with you today partly because since coming to Penn State, I've been involved in trying to help organize a cohesive research approach to Lanternfly, and I'm leading a large multi-institutional grant that's USDA NIFA funded. But also, I think I'm telling you the story of Lanternfly today because I was involved really from September or October 2014 from day one. And so I'm a plant hopper evolutionary biologist by trade. And at that time, when Lanternfly first appeared, it was first detected in Eastern Pennsylvania. I was actually working at the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences. And so in my talk, I just really want to tell you the story. You know, you're going to get a lot of information today, and you're going to get a lot of information in the next hour here from me. But if you think of it as, you know, this is how the story of Lanternfly has unfolded. I'll try to pay attention to questions that you ask me in the chat, but I have to confess, in getting through a lot of information, I'm not very good at talking and reading at the same time. So I've tried to leave some time at the end for questions. I tried it, I'm just no good at it. And so if I don't get to answer your question verbally at the end, I'm gonna stick on and I'll reply to the chat. Okay, so here, okay, what is spotted lanternfly? Many of you know that it's a plant hopper, and so we have here, you can see this is a female. She has the red valvulae here at the end. That's how you can tell the males don't have that red part. And by turning her over on her back, and you look, her mouth parts are fused into a beak-like straw that plant hoppers, and particularly spotted lanternfly, use to insert into plant tissue and feed on plant sap, primarily phloem. So here you can see one at work with those mouth parts in a plant. And so we think that lanternfly first got here in basically hitchhiking in the egg mass stage. And so here you see these are egg masses. They're really hard to see. And so based on where lanternfly was first detected, we feel that pretty sure that it came over on a shipment from Asia on a pallet. And so lanternfly, you know, most insects will lay their eggs where their young are subsequently able to feed. And that's not true for lanternfly, but that's not unique to this invasive insect. Other insects in the same lanternfly family, Fulguridae, also have this same habit from work that I've done in the tropics. And so lanternfly was first detected in September 2014. And at that time, You can see how difficult the eggs are to detect. And what's interesting there is that prior to 2014, spotted lanternfly was an invasive in South Korea in the early 2000s. And so this was a pest that folks were aware of, and folks at the USDA were on the lookout for. And so someone from the Game Commission reported an unusual adult insect to Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, which I'll abbreviate as PDA in subsequent conversations here. And so that day that they got the call, they immediately went out and confirmed that yes, in fact, this was spotted lanternfly. And within that was, I think, the 22nd of September. And by the beginning of October, PDA and USDA already called together a scientific working group of scientists from around the country. I was one of them, and scientists from different universities and from USDA and various state agencies. And we immediately were involved in helping to advise for the appropriate management of spotted lanternfly. And also within that fall 2014, immediately a quarantine was put in place, and that was just it encompassed a 2 square mile region in 6 townships in one county, Berks County in eastern Pennsylvania. And so what was kind of an interesting story is that, yes, folks knew what spotted lanternfly was, but in fact, the 2 entomologists at Pennsylvania Department of Ag, because I knew them and that's how they connected with me early on, they were trained by a plant hopper taxonomist. And so, I mean, talk about the right guys there at the right time. They immediately knew what this was, and action was fast. And so if we, the issue with spotted lanternfly is that it has a really, really wide host range. It feeds on over 70 different species of trees and plants, but one of its preferred hosts is an introduced invasive itself, the tree of heaven, or Ailanthus altissima. And so here, in terms of how do you manage an insect that feeds on almost anything, largely anything except for conifers. And so here, USDA and PDA's decision to focus on treating tree of heaven and targeting lanternfly treatment to that makes a lot of sense, because basically what they did is they would go in and remove as much tree of heaven as possible on properties, but they would leave 10% of tree of heaven as trap trees, and then they would treat it with the neonicotinoid dinotefuran. And essentially what they're doing is drawing in a lot of lanternfly to the treated tree. And so the insects feed upon the tree and they die beneath it. And that's a super effective way to kill literally thousands of spotted lanternfly on one tree. And because this is an introduced invasive tree, anything else that would potentially feed upon it could be poisoned. And so by that token, you don't want to poison every different species of tree, in the area. And so, and also tree of heaven really isn't, or subsequent work, it's not really frequented by pollinators. You don't have to worry about the carryover so much of the dinotefuran to the subsequent year. So it might poison pollinators through pollen or nectar. And so that seems to be a great approach. Does that mean that lanternfly only feeds on tree of heaven or requires tree of heaven? I'll get to that later in my talk. No, right? We know it doesn't, but that's kind of the basis of that management decision, which really made a lot of sense at the time. And so here you see a bunch of spotted lanternflies feeding on tree of heaven. The problem with tree of heaven is if there were only one, right? It's an introduced invasive. You find it in a lot of really disturbed habitats. So it's ubiquitous on rail line corridors and on highway corridors, which is probably, in large part responsible for the threat of spread from lanternfly. But the other thing is that this tree grows through suckers. And so basically you can't just cut it down because it'll resprout, and cutting down only tree of heaven is a good way to get yourself more tree of heaven. And when we went, the scientific working group was brought in actually that spring in May 2015, and we saw the first hatch. And essentially what we saw in the area where they took us, kind of at the ground zero for lanternfly, were these kind of pictures where you see, if you can see my cursor, you see these little shoots, sprouting up of tree of heaven from the stump. They'll still keep feeding on the stump, and these little green shoots are kind of like candy canes, right? And so right there, one of the challenges for PDA and USDA is that there's a lot of tree of heaven, and it's really rocky and steep terrain in eastern Pennsylvania. So besides all the difficulty of getting permission to get on properties, it's just like physically really challenging to try to get access to that tree of heaven for removal and treatment. And so, hence that's really hard to keep up with. And so we saw lanternfly spread a bit, but in those early years, it wasn't a large spread. And so you see in 2014, that's what I was mentioning, that you had those 6 townships. Quarantine back then in the early years was just at the township level. And so by 2015, the quarantine was expanded to include these orange areas. So that was 9 more townships, and actually in 4 counties, because it bumped into the border of these counties. And then in 2016, the quarantine expanded in here, that's the blue area, to include 6 counties total. And then in 2017, you see it was expanded to include all of these green counties, but essentially by 2017, I was living in Pennsylvania, working at Penn State at the time, and 2017 was essentially the year it hit the fan. Okay, that was a pretty clear transition year. And so to take you back to 2017, those of us, working in the field, we were able to see, wow, things look a lot different this year. And so this is a photo that my grad student at the time, Erica Smyer, took. Basically, this is a vineyard, and I'll show you this exact vineyard, what it looks like a couple of years later. But basically, this was a vineyard near that ground zero, central infestation area. And they'd been experiencing spotted lanternfly. And in 2017, we were given permission to use a few rows of grapes in this particular vineyard to treat and test some insecticide trials, test some insecticides. And so we were there back in, in March of that year, and we were driving around with the owner's son, trying to figure out where we wanted to do our trials. And we saw it was pouring down rain, but we saw, oh man, so many of the posts that were supporting the grapevines were just slackered with lanternfly egg cases. And, while we were happy about our choice of sites for research, that was pretty alarming. And then later, if you've seen this video, this is something that, again, my student Erica Smyers took this video. Later in the season, this is now summer, July, August, we saw incredibly huge numbers of lanternfly coming into vineyards, in this vineyard in particular. And if you look, you can see this female right here, she's shooting out honeydew. You're a plant hopper, you're feeding on sugary rich sap, you're going to excrete sugary rich excrement. And so to give you a sense, you can see the grapes and the leaves are just dripping with honeydew. And that's a lot of plant hoppers doing a lot of really voracious feeding here. And so what was interesting, and I'll talk about this probably in a little bit, but what was interesting is that the primary damage to grapes in South Korea was from, it's called sooty mold. Sugar is a substrate for mold growth, and that sooty mold grew and blemished the grapes. And that was the primary economic impact of lanternfly on grapes in South Korea. But it's interesting, we don't see that sooty mold occurring in our vineyards. And I'll talk about that a little bit more later. But what was really weird, where we saw not only high numbers that made us alarming, there were several times that summer where I would just come home and my stomach would drop. But here, this is that same property. And there's an area, and that's the insult to injury when lanternfly crawls over your camera. And so at that particular vineyard, there's a large area where grapes were grown, but then the owner also had an orchard with apple trees, and never had the lanternfly really been seen feeding on the apple tree. And this was the second week in September, and my student called me and she said, Julie, I'm driving that road between the grapes and the apple trees, and lanternfly are hitting my car, and they were covering, these apple trees, and we had not seen that before. This was when then at that point, lanternfly were seen, we watched them, they were feeding on those trees, but they really didn't lay many eggs there, and they moved off. But this was when then there was a congressional hearing in Pennsylvania at the state government level to talk about what to do. This is when our research effort got a bit more organized, and there was an emergency hearing of the Spotted Lanternfly Technical Working Group held by USDA. And this was now when we saw this was a big problem. And so here to get you a sense, this is a maple tree in a residential area. And so you see things like this, where literally you'll have tens of thousands of lanternfly on one tree. And if you haven't seen that video before, I'm sorry that we're in virtual space here, because it's really fun to show it in a room with such a big crowd of people. You really get the ick groan. So I hope you're ick groaning. I'm virtually hearing it in my head. Okay, and so here you can see these are results of surveys from that year, PDA doing surveys, and every dot is somewhere they look for lanternfly, and you can still see that, you know, where it was, although it was expanding, where it was detected was still constrained to that eastern part of the state. But then we've seen it spread somewhat at that point. In January, it was detected in Virginia. And so in Winchester, and then subsequently Winchester County was called under quarantine. And again, there it was also found, you know, near rail lines, but rail lines at a hub connecting to roads as well. And then a little bit later, you can see that, well, you know, the quarantine area certainly expanded into New Jersey and expanded a little bit within Virginia. But the story last year was one more of pop-ups. This thing's a good hitchhiker. We see it showing up in a lot of different areas. But then now if we look, okay, this is the current quarantine area. And so quarantine area means that there are established populations, you know, in these different sites. And so this is kind of where we stand today. And this is why we have so many of you here who are interested in learning about this beast of a pest. And so, okay, what are the impacts? Why are we worried? We were really freaked out about orchards, but basically we've still seen no reported damage. Okay. And we've looked. And so, yes, it'll feed for a couple of weeks, you know, on apple and stone fruit in eastern Pennsylvania, but no subsequent damage. And so that's a bit of a relief. But grapes is where we're seeing a different story. And so in 2018, basically we, you know, our economists led by Jay Harper looked at, in collaboration with Heather Leach, who's our extension person. If you attend the summit next week, you'll hear a lot from Heather. She does wonderful work and she knows firsthand what's going on in vineyards. And so basically what they found in surveying vineyards is that there was actual damage. There was a 90% yield loss in that first vineyard where we had done our insecticide trials, subsequent reports of death or yield reduction in other vineyards. But in terms of the economic impact, you see that growers had to increase their spray applications. So in just 3 years, they tripled the number of insecticide applications that they applied just for spotted lanternfly, from a little over 4 to 14. And no surprise that subsequently tripled the cost they were paying. And so the problem there is that still didn't take care of it. You're still seeing damage. And so when we went back to that particular vineyard the following year, that 40-acre vineyard where we had done our trials, this is what it looked like. Essentially, all 40 acres of grapes are no longer viable. That grower's still doing well. He's, you know, made other arrangements, you know, not going to put more grapes in. But that was really alarming to see that you could have essentially death of a vineyard that quickly. Subsequently, you see there's continuing damage. This is another vineyard. And so here you can see kind of the problem. You see this essentially right after spray, you get carpets of spotted lanternfly beneath the grapes. And if you look down the row, you see, you know, all these black spots are carpets. And so sprays are really effective in killing, but more just keep coming in. Okay. The other sectors that we've seen impacted since then are also nurseries. And so here you see a lanternfly on a tree, on a shrub that it's not going to feed upon. It might taste it, but the issue here is that when you have at this particular nursery, check this out, you have, you know, a bunch of their topiaries that they need to sell and ship out, and you have, you know, them abutted against this like tree line that's crazy with spotted lanternfly, especially in the late season when they really start to fly. And so they get in there, they can lay their eggs in there, but even dead lanternfly bodies, in topiaries and products of other nurseries need to be shipped to other states. And I think many of you listening here know a lot more about this than me in terms of like the economic impact of trying to prevent spread from happening, and the economic costs that are involved in doing the appropriate management to continue to ship product, in light of, this pest, trying to make sure that it doesn't get in and on your products. We also saw an issue with Christmas trees, where you can barely see the eggs that are laid, but certainly if eggs are laid in a Christmas tree and that's shipped out to another area, that's certainly a problem. That was very much in the news in 2018 and 2019, but certainly management practices have been developed somewhat to improve that. So the particular Christmas tree growers that were hit those early years, they've since been able to manage. Basically in one case, there was a huge Ailanthus or tree of heaven lot right abutted against this particular Christmas tree growers operation. And so that was managed. And so there's been less trauma for the Christmas tree industry this last year. But again, that continues to be one of the main industries. Those are the big main three that are hit. Homeowners, it's a nuisance pest. You can see if you had that many lanternfly in your yard, people don't like that. I like it, but hey, I'm a plant hopper nut. And you can see that they climb structures, they climb tall things, they fall into the house. And so this is inside someone's fireplace. That's just a carpet of spotted lanternfly. And then I mentioned before the sooty mold. These things excrete a lot of honeydew. It's and so this is actually in my quarantine lab and on campus. And you can see even the little guys, even the little instars can really put out a lot of honeydew. And that's a substrate for sooty mold growth. And so while we don't see the sooty mold in vineyards, we do see it in the understory. And so to date, lanternfly really hasn't been found penetrating into large natural forested areas, but certainly they occur more on the edge. And in the edge, where you have an understory that is, honeydew is excreted upon, and you get these, it looks really like someone burned it when you're there, just these massive amounts of sooty mold growing. Certainly that is damaging and killing understory plants, and we're concerned that over the long haul that might have implications for understory turnover and what this means for regeneration and in these forests. But sooty mold is also a problem. It doesn't just need a plant, it'll grow on anything. And so here you see it's growing on the deck on homeowner property. And so you have this homeowner power wash, that first step, and that's a clean first step. And the other, showing you that's just sooty mold growing underneath lanternfly excrement. And then the other thing that we see, this primarily occurs on tree of heaven, although I've seen it on a couple of different species, but you can get a wounding response from the tree, and then also from the lanternfly excrement. We really don't know what the combination is here, but you get this buildup of froth. And so I sequenced it. It's filled with fermenting bacteria and yeasts. And so it's smelly. It smells like vinegar. It smells like acetic acid. And then that and or the lanternfly excrement tends to attract stinging Hymenoptera. And so this is a big eyesore and a problem for people in their yards. And you can see, this is in someone's yard, their ground looks almost black from the sooty mold. And so it's sometimes hard for people to enjoy their outside space. But basically, that those are the first impacts we've seen. And so in terms of okay, what did we do about it? Then, we were organizing grants. A lot of us working on spotted lanternfly had Farm Bill funding from USDA, but we really saw the need to really organize. And Penn State, our Dean Rick Roush and Dennis Calvin got heavily involved, and Dennis Calvin kind of led the march for us. And with some internal state funds, that got us boots on the ground doing insecticidal research. And so that research is really ongoing. We've looked at, insecticides for applications in grape and tree fruit, for homeowners, against the egg masses, on ornamentals, looking at more biologically safe alternatives, Beauveria bassiana and entomopathogen, and that work's continuing. But basically, what we found is that it's easy to kill spotted lanternfly. A lot of stuff kills it. And so we have a lot of fact sheets and management recommendations that are ever growing on our extension website. We have extension folks, Heather Leach, who I mentioned, and Brian Walsh in particular, whose job involves actually doing some of this research firsthand and making sure there are these practical applications and recommendations. And so I continue to recommend you go to that site, because we're ever building upon it and updating it based on the newest, greatest information that we have from our research. And so you say, all right, well, if the darn thing's easy to kill, right, then why is this thing such a problem? And so to appreciate why it's such a problem, we really have to look at the life stages of it. This insect only goes through one generation per year. And many of you, I saw that you had homework you were assigned before this day. You probably looked up what the different life stages look like, and you see pictures like this, which are great, especially with scale, so you know what the little guys look like and what the adults look like. But here, thinking about this life cycle, this kind of does show why spotted lanternfly is such a problem. Okay, they occur in the egg stage for 2/3 of a year, right? So 8 months. And because eggs can be laid on virtually any substrate, that's a lot of time for eggs to travel, right? And so that's part of the problem, that long egg stage, if you don't know where the eggs are, or you can't get to them to kill them, which is a challenge, they have the potential for spread. The nymphs and the adults, okay, they feed on over 70 different species of trees and plants. And the kicker of it is that what they feed upon is relative to what's around, right? And so there's no one true preferred host. Yes, they really like Tree of Heaven, but they'll move around and feed on a lot of different things. And so we see, from some of our researchers and homeowners, they'll say, like, one day in my yard, they're covering my rose bush. The next day they're on something completely different. And so that, especially in the early instar stage, when you have these little guys that are feeding on so many different plants and shrubs, that essentially like dilutes them. And so it's hard to detect. It's hard to know that they're there. The fourths tend to move on to woodier tissues, so they tend to be more conspicuous. But then the other kicker of it is that, the adults are heavy feeders, and they're adults for forever. They're adults for 4 months out of the year. So for 1/3 of the year, which is a really long time in the life cycle of an insect. And, again, their feeding preference is relative to what's around. And so, but then in this late season, starting, first and second week of September until, it takes a couple of freezes to kill them off, the adults move and continue to feed. And so with this, here, how much do they feed? And so this is a picture from my lab. I think I took it. But basically, these are 2 females. Again, you can see the rear end, the last abdominal segment is red. That's how you know they're females. And certainly there's a lot of variation here, but these 2 females, you can see their legs were ripped off, so you can see their abdomens. They were collected only 1 month apart. And so basically, when you see that picture of a plump yellow abdomen spotted lanternfly, that yellow is the pleural tissue of the insect. That's kind of between the sternites, and so it's kind of like the lanternfly are wearing their stretchy fat pants for Thanksgiving, that their abdomens are black, and then as they feed more, and especially they become more reproductively mature and fatten up, that's when you start to see that yellow expand. And so how much do they pack on? went out and collected every week and took live weights. And it basically, in the course of a month, females add an additional 50%, to their body mass, and males increase too. And so that's a lot of really, really heavy feeding. And so if we look at this life cycle, certainly the life cycle is going to inform our management, right? And so we see that, the early instars, first through fourth, are going to be feeding on a wide range of herbaceous plants. So if you want to use contact insecticides, that's what you target. Fourths, they start to move on to woody tissues, often black walnut. At any given life stage, you might find them on Tree of Heaven. So it's appropriate, like it's a preferred host. But basically what we see though, in that late season, we see this flight behavior. That's what my student showed with them moving onto those apples. And that late season flight is something that really I think about as being something we really need to understand. And this kind of gets a complexity, but basically thinking of this life cycle, I feel like this is the key to better management, and I kind of adapted it here. And so here, yes, Ailanthus is a preferred host, but grape is a preferred host too. And we'll find, and I'll get to Ailanthus in a second, but if we look at this, we say, okay, they can live on grape all year round. We do find them on grape all year round. But the problem is that isn't as straightforward as it seems. They're moving in and out of grape all the time. And so it's not like, oh, I can hit them where they live, and I'm just going to focus on these few preferred hosts, because they're moving in and out. All right. And then at the same time, if we think about Ailanthus, same thing. They're moving in and out and off Ailanthus. One thing that is another opportunity or challenge, however you want to see it, to management focused on Ailanthus, is that late season movement I'm going to kind of block out here, because that's when we see them leaving Ailanthus. They can feed heavily on Ailanthus and hardly move, for a couple of months in the summer. And I've gone to trees where I've collected, hundreds to thousands of lanternfly in less than an hour for experiments. And at a certain point, you go back to those same Ailanthus trees and they are gone. No dead bodies on the ground. That's it. And so it could be partly due to senescing of Ailanthus at that time, but it's also partly due to their mating behavior. This is something that's being worked on, and we see it go to other things, often red maple. But even still, red maple and black walnut are also preferred hosts. But again, you can see that even narrowing it to only 4 hosts, it's still a pretty complex problem, because these things are always moving. And so to me, then the key to better management of lanternfly is to predict better when SLF is going to move and where it's going to move to. Okay. And so now to get more into, predictions and where we are, I just want to mention what we're doing is we're moving toward those better predictions, and not just work at Penn State, but work more broadly. But I do want to point out that we have egg hatch models. And so this is work done by my student Erica in collaboration with Dennis Calvin, and this is published in, there's a special issue of Environmental Entomology dedicated to spotted lanternfly. This is one of those papers. But basically, the egg hatch models that were developed were used for this app, this Pest Watch app, where you can go and look in and pull down a date and see what is the percentage of lanternfly eggs that are expected to have hatched based on the growing degree days accumulated for that particular year. And so I want to mention that, yes, like currently as we speak, we had a meeting last week on Thursday, and the person who is the deals with putting this up, doing the modeling for that actual map, he is expanding that map to include the entire US, so that it's not only limited to where we know lanternfly is. If there's an area where any of you are listening and you suspect there might be a new infestation, but man, you don't have the resources to go out and, count anywhere, anytime. But if you can know, this is when, if lanternfly, we're here in the state of Oregon, in this particular area, based on growing degrees, now's when we would expect hatch. So now's when we can go out. And so we expect that map to be ready within the next week or so. We wanted to mention it here. It's going to be posted on that Pest Watch site, but also I'm leading a USDA NIFA SCRI grant, and we have a grant website, stopslf.org. As soon as it's up, it's going to go there, so you can check out that site. It'll then be available on the Penn State Extension site. And then other work that we're doing is doing similar modeling to try to predict timing of that late season movement, mating, egg laying, etc. I'm doing a lot of dissection work, and I'll give you an update on that Monday if you attend the research summit. Okay, key and not so key questions if we're thinking about where we're going. And so the thing that you really want to hit home is there's no silver bullet. There's some, oh, I misspelled BATCOA. It's with a K, not a C. Sorry about that. There's some really cool work coming out of Cornell from Ann Hayek's lab with her postdoc, Eric Clifton, that got a lot of press. And it's super cool stuff. They found this novel pathogen, BATCOA major, that was a fungal pathogen that was infesting spotted lanternfly, really exciting. And everybody's like, wow, that's the key, man. That's biocontrol. That's going to fix it. No, that was kind of found only in a limited area, and that's a completely new pathogen that's going to take a lot of years to try to figure out how to deploy that if possible. And so that, one thing ain't going to do it. Hopefully that'll become an effective tool, but we're going to need a lot of tools in our toolbox. The other thing that I hear a lot is like, okay, does lanternfly need tree of heaven? Because the government efforts focused on tree of heaven, if I don't have tree of heaven, I'm not going to have lanternfly. No, that's not true at all. Trying to answer that question, does spotted lanternfly require ailanthus to complete its life cycle? That's a kicker of a question to try to answer, because basically up until only recently, nobody has been able to rear a colony of spotted lanternfly because the darn things feed so voraciously. You have to keep giving them more and more and more potted plants. And so Tracy Leske, who from USDA ARS in West Virginia, she'll present her work. She's gotten the furthest. She does have a population going, but we don't know if they're able, like how their fitness compares to what you would expect in the wild. Kelly Hoover at Penn State has also done some work on this. She's, basically found that while lanternfly who were put in a greenhouse cage that didn't have access to tree of heaven, they were still able to survive long enough from fourth instars to reproduce and lay eggs. Their development was a little bit slower relative to those with tree of heaven, but certainly, it doesn't seem that it's absolutely required. It might yield better fitness, but it's not essential. And it's likely very important for lanternfly establishing in new areas, because you see a lot of tree of heaven in disturbed habitats like rail line corridors that I think help lanternfly get a leg up when it gets into a new area. But we also even know in its native range in China, there's areas where tree of heaven does not occur, and there still are populations of lanternfly. We think they're feeding more on Chinaberry in that case. Okay, other key questions. I'm going to try to go fast here. To me, we're seeing something we call hot trees. It sounds kind of silly, but this is in a paper that we recently published in Environmental Ent. And basically what we see is that when lanternfly seems to show preferences for particular trees, not necessarily species, but you might have two red maples next to each other, and one will be covered with thousands of lanternflies, and there won't be any or hardly any on the other. And so one of the places we documented that was this study that was led by a postdoc, Charlie Mason. And basically in this area, there were red maple trees that were treated with dinotefuran. They were injected with dinotefuran. And we went through and collected numbers of dead bodies beneath. And it was just over the course of a month, each of these lines represents an individual red maple. And so you can see this one red maple was like, holy cow, man, one day over 500, 2 days later, 1,500 dead bugs, as many as over 2,500 dead bugs on this one tree. You can see everybody tanked here because it rained, and lanternflies are lazy and kind of don't fly when it rains. But there's other individual trees that really had much fewer numbers. And so they show this site fidelity to certain trees. It does kind of relate, and that's what's in this paper, to nutrient levels, but it's not as straightforward as it seems. There's a lot of different work being focused on this, but basically if we can figure out why they move to certain trees. Can we use that to our advantage to improve our control and monitoring? I think that's a pretty key question that I spend a lot of time thinking about. Other key questions, can we develop a lure or an attractant or some deterrent to try to improve monitoring? Folks have looked for a pheromone. No plant hoppers are known to use pheromones. They haven't found one yet. Still looking for it. Other folks are also looking at whether or not like plant volatiles or things can be used as attractants, and I'm optimistic that something could be found along those lines. But to date, the lures that exist are don't do anything. That's also something that was published in another paper in environmental entomology. And I think the key thing, and this is what USDA and state agencies are working on, beyond going tree by tree, what can USDA and states do to suppress spotted lanternfly populations and knock down satellite pop-ups when we see them? Here, this is a bigger problem because you're treating this as more of an area-wide approach. You don't want to poison non-targets. We've been doing some work at Penn State, and again, Rick Roush will talk about next Monday, where we're trying to help have research-based tools that we can offer USDA and state agencies for this. But this is really what's essential. And so now predictions. I want to mention that title was assigned to me or suggested for me. So nobody ever says, I'm going to voluntarily give you predictions. But basically, what would our predictions be? Where is lanternfly going to be in 3 years? Or where are we going to be in 3 years? And that depends on where lanternfly is going to be. And so here, this depends on how well we can detect and knock down these new pop-ups. That's why all of you are here, right? And so part of me is optimistic because we know this is the task, we recognize it, and we have a lot of folks involved, and we have a good start at tools. But I want to point out, it is daunting. This is one of those vineyards that we saw damage in 2019 and again last year. And I just want to point out, this is near Allentown. And if you look in the distance here, you see, oh, that looks like a pretty shiny lake. That's not. Those are the roofs of the Amazon and other distribution centers. Okay. And so we know that lanternfly's gotten on airplanes. It's shown up in California, and so really the risk for spread of this is really a big challenge. And that's what we're up against. In terms of, the other big question is, are there biological constraints on where lanternfly is able to establish populations? For example, the first questions that people were asked, and there's several publications about this, are there areas that are too cold for overwintering eggs, where the eggs just can't survive? That's kind of tough because they lay their eggs, there's microclimates, and that's a challenge, but certainly that might be one limit. But then also some work that Dennis Calvin is leading at Penn State and that we're following up on, is that, are there, basically in looking at these growing degree day models for the other subsequent life stages, are there places that aren't warm enough to allow lanternfly to develop enough degree eggs to get to the egg laying stage? Because that long-lived adult stage, they really they eat and eat and eat and eat, and then it's a while before they lay their eggs. And so that's kind of a promising thing. Are there areas that are too hot for adult survival? Those of us who have collected live spotted lanternfly and left our falcon tubes with the live insects on asphalt, and you come back not too long later and you see they're dead, maybe. But anyway, if made a prediction based on these data, likely there are constraints, at least on the northern expansion. I'm not so sure about the southern expansion. Another question is SLF going to exhibit multiple generations if it spreads its range southward or into warmer regions? And so here, maybe not multiple generations, but likely a longer window of egg laying. I'm going to talk about this more in my talk on Monday. We do have evidence that, again, that I'll share there, that the eggs don't necessarily require chill to hatch. I'll share that. And my sense, though, from what I've seen, is that from reports in the field and from Tracy Leskey's work in the lab, females will lay 1 to 3 clutches. And from my dissections, it looks like they will eat and eat and eat and eat, develop a clutch and lay. And if they can eat and eat and eat longer, they can have subsequent clutches. And so if you have more plants and more time, I think you have more egg laying. Will SLF kill trees or severely impact forests? Here's a bright note. Based on current data, no, it doesn't outright kill trees. It's a stressor. certainly it's a big stressor to grapes, okay? And some things like apple trees or other trees, if they're new plantings, they might be at greater risk. Trees and plants that are exposed to other stressors or pathogens, but it's not an outright tree killer. There's no evidence to date of pathogen transmission. That's being studied. How they feed and is there tissue damage, that's something we're really concerned about, and that's also under investigation right now. Who's going to feel it? Okay. Who's going to feel it are going to be who's been feeling it. Okay. And so certainly grapes, nurseries, and green industries, Christmas trees, those are the top three sectors. It's a nuisance pest in residential areas, okay, but with modest investment in research, following some stuff we've been working on, folks, especially at Penn State, we're pretty confident that we'll be able to come up with management strategies to minimize these losses and get them to a tolerable level. And so here, I really want to point out, I'll plug this so you can see it. This is work that Heather Leach is leading at Penn State, and Brian Walsh is leading Heather on vineyards and Brian on ornamentals, for green industry. And there's some pretty practical things you can do. So some of the stuff that Heather's doing is saying, like, okay, we know from her work, she's done heat mapping, and we know that lanternfly hits the borders more than the interior of the vineyards. So focusing greater management efforts on those borders and not throughout the whole vineyard. We know that lanternfly is the lazy teenager of insects. Okay, they barely move before 10 in the morning. Okay, and so taking that into account, if you can change the timing of your nursery practices when you're pulling your stock and packing your trucks, you take advantage of the times when lanternfly isn't as active. That's a way to kind of get around basically reducing the opportunity for spreading lanternfly. So there's some practical things we think we can do. It's going to keep being a pest in residential areas, but again, this is where it's important that you're hearing this. It's not a tree killer. Okay, so if people don't think, oh my God, lanternfly is going to kill my trees, I need to nuke them, we need to moderate that message. And that's challenging because we haven't known what lanternfly is going to do really until now. But I think that if we can get the message out there, maybe make people a little bit less anxious. The things I'm worried about, okay, is that, as we said, its food preference is relative. So if it moves into new areas, what it feeds on is relative to what's around. And the question I often get is about, like, given talks in Maine and that kind of thing. And people are worried about sugar maple. Is this going to nail the maple, the syrup industry? And we know now they hardly ever feed on sugar maple. They like reds and silvers. But if they're in an area where what you have around is sugar maple, certainly that might become more of an issue. We're also looking on vascularization, feeding, how it actually penetrates. That's some work going on in my lab to try to, answer this a little bit more. But other issues, again, Heather Leach will talk about these data. She and folks at our Penn State Berks campus, John Ross, they put other crops in the ground, tested their survival on cucurbits, on kiwi, on other things we think are important to see if they can actually survive on it, to try to get the word out about what crops might be more or less at risk. But certainly if you're in an area where there's a certain sector that is economically relevant, that might be where you might want to target your monitoring. And then the thing also that I'm worried about, we saw lanternfly in heavy numbers in downtown Philadelphia this year. And if you look at where it is in New York City, and basically there in those high areas of human habitation, you have a lot of red maple trees that are growing out of the sidewalk that are also under stress. And so there, if lanternfly is moving onto those trees, that might be a place where we see more tree damage. We haven't yet, but I'm concerned. And then certainly, besides impacting vineyards like on Long Island and whatnot, especially in COVID times where we have, we're concerned about economics anyway, lanternfly as this nuisance factor might hit tourism and outdoor dining. So those would be my concerns. With that, I just want to wrap up so I can take some of your questions. I have a paper out. I don't think it was in your study materials, but I'm happy to share this with Dana and with folks, kind of summarizing some of these ideas. And I do want to mention that Specialty Crops Grant, basically it's a large $7 million grant, but it involves myself and 38 other researchers and extension agents agencies from ARS and APHIS labs at Cornell, or USDA, APHIS and ARS labs, Cornell, folks involved in this call, Northeast IPM, they are the sponsor of our Stop SLF Project website. They're part of our team. Rutgers, Temple, you're going to hear next from Matt Helmus doing some awesome work on modeling, Universities of Delaware, Rhode Island, and Virginia Tech. And so we update our research there at stopslf.org. I recommend you keep an eye out for Penn State Extension site. And I think that's all I have to share with you today. So thank you. Okay. So I see I have, check out okay, in the chat, you can see Nancy has shared the Stop SLF website. There's a lot of materials there. And so, Scott, do you see any main big question that's there?
There was a question. I think the first question that came in was about, I'm trying to find where it is.
Okay, the publication on the vineyard damage study?
No, it was about tree of heaven management and cut stump treatment.
It's in the answered section now, Scott.
Oh, that one is okay. I'm sorry. Thanks for staying up on those, Nancy and Brian. Appreciate it. There was an interesting one about wild grape. Is wild grape a factor, and is it a known host?
Yes, it is a highly preferred host. And so basically we did a study, my student, where we were looking to sample sooty mold over time as it grew. And so basically we targeted, wild grape was one of our targeted plants. And so weekly in an area where lanternfly was feeding upon it, and in the area, we took sterile swabs and swabbed the leaf surface so we could do sequencing to look at changes in the fungal communities as sooty mold grew. And we were losing our wild grape leaves. I mean, basically you go into an area and they're just covered with sooty mold. They're heavily fed upon. And so it's pretty damaging there. Certainly we're concerned because that's a food resource for wildlife. The other place where I've been concerned for that is because we know that that the vines grow into natural forested areas. And so we've been concerned that, is that going to be a network that allows lanternfly to get into natural forested areas? So far, we haven't seen that, but yes, it is a preferred host.
Thank you. Another interesting one, are there any other insects that prey on spotted lanternfly that can be grown and released?
Certainly that's something people are looking at, but largely they're generalist predators. So kind of not amenable to that kind of thing. You'll see your mantid and whatnot occasionally looking at that, feeding upon them. This is something birds will prey upon them. One of the things that's kind of an outstanding question that Kelly Hoover at our lab and Dorothea Thole at Virginia Tech are looking at is whether or not lanternfly is able to sequester toxic compounds or quasinoids from its host plant that make it unpalatable, and so that other things tend to not feed on it. Basically, that's been a question because people will say that, you know, my dog ate a lot of lanternfly and threw up. There's no known cantharidin. It's no animals have ever died from it. It's not like a poison, but certainly that question of palatability is a challenge here for the use and of growing of predators on it. And so that's kind of, I think, what's constrained that a little bit.
Great, and I think that answered somebody else's questions about feeding on tree of heaven. I'm going to go to this one because we've heard some things about this here in the Midwest too. Can you please comment on observations concerning oaks as hosts for nymphs and or adults? Many of our vineyards are surrounded by or have lots of oaks nearby.
Actually, I can get into the, I can answer that. It's on the host list, but I need to look to make sure it really is on the host list. It's not a preferred host, but let me check on that and I'll answer in the chat because we haven't really seen that commonly. But again, it's all relative, right? No reason that it wouldn't.
Yep. And I'm bouncing around here too as time permits. Are there any visual components to SLF aggregation?
Oh, I think so. That's that's something that folks are starting to look at. They're highly visual. When if you take them off and you like capture, are capturing them days, multiple days, they'll come up and they'll see you coming and take off. And so certainly there's also at least the adult stages give off a really strong thermal signature. And that's something that we've looked at. And so people, Heather Leach and Tracy Lesky, that's something that we're considering trying to use, like drones and whatnot, to focus in on that. But that visual signal is really interesting, and something we're looking at. I just saw my friend, or I just saw Paul ask about any new information on my work with endosymbionts. That basically a lot where that really is going in my doing dissections with endosymbionts. Lanternfly has 3 different bacterial species that feed it from the inside out. And so they have to pass those on through their eggs. And so we're thinking if we can control that and understand the mechanism whereby those endosymbionts are being transmitted to the offspring, that could be a highly specific way to nip it in the bud. And so I'm pursuing 2 lines of research there. I'm looking at the development of the females in terms of trying to understand the mechanics of that endosymbiont growth, because as the eggs develop, the endosymbionts have to move their position in the insect's body to get to the eggs. And so, Paul, as I've been working on that, that's where I've realized we can use the different stages of my dissections to develop the growing degree day models for when they mate, how they grow, and when they fly, and what that egg laying window is. And so my endosymbiont work right now is focusing on that. I've also been trying to hit them with antibiotics in small doses in combination with other feeding deterrents. And I haven't cracked anything with that, but I'm continuing to work on that. And I'm also working with ArborJet for some deterrents. So to try to kind of come up with like a chemical way that uses that time period when the symbionts are developing, kind of like as an Achilles heel, to nail them with softer compounds. So I wish I had a full answer, but we're still working on it.
I think we have time for probably one more. Going back up toward the top, somebody came in a little late. Did you say that even the vineyards that are heavily sprayed are seeing damage and yield loss?
Oh, yes. Yes, because they just keep coming back in.
Yep. Okay.
Julie, if you throw the name of that, the paper that talks about the damage to vineyards, the study, I can throw that into the chat if you give me the name.
Yep, well, that was Jay Harper's thing, so I'll find that.
Okay.
I see one real quick, because it's an easy one. What's used to kill egg masses? Chlorpyrifos is something, but that's basically being being restricted. But also there's different oils that are effective in killing the egg masses. That's a lot of work that's in some of the recommendations on the Penn State Extension website. The problem there is that it's not, nothing is really, except the chlorpyrifos, nothing is 100% effective. And so if you get to, it's like higher concentrations of oil that are more effective, but then they become phytotoxic to the plant. And the challenge there is that, we have a paper that's in the environmental ent chapter that shows that, especially in windbreak trees is more my suspicion, a lot of eggs are laid, far up where you couldn't possibly reach them. And so it's kind of impractical in some cases. We do say, yeah, try to scrape egg masses, but you're never going to get to most of them or to many of them.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Urban. That was fantastic. I wanted to make a comment on your ick-grown. We experience the same thing when we're talking about gypsy moth and frass on residential areas. So I've never heard ick-grown. We use things like gross factor and stuff like that, but maybe ick-grown is a technical term that'll stick moving forward. So thank you so much. I had a note. I just wanted to bring that up. That was kind of funny for me as it was personal, but thank you again so much. We appreciate it. And please do keep an eye on the Q&A. Dr. Urban can get back to some of those that we didn't get, but thank you to everybody else that's been contributing and providing links and answers on there. Keep the questions coming in. This has been great so far. So
awesome.
With that,
thank you.
Oh, with that, I'm going to kick it over to Matt Helmus. Matt, take it away.
Great. Hello, I'm Matt Helmus. I'm a quantitative ecology professor at Temple University. I've been working on lanternfly for a couple of years now, mostly identifying high-risk areas and where states might then find some tools to help them out. Now, there's been a lot of us who have actually been developing tools and trying to come up with high-risk areas. I've just shared with you a message with a schedule for this current session. We're going to start off with Jay from the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, and then we'll move on from there. And then at the end, some of my postdocs will talk about the work that we've been doing. So Jay, if you want to go ahead and take it away.
Okay, thank you, Matt. So yeah, give me 1 second here and we'll get my presentation going. Okay, are you able to see the presentation?
Not yet.
Okay, there we go.
We can see it now. Yeah.
Great. Okay, so good morning. I'm Jay Lusevich from the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. So over the last 7 years, we've learned a lot about spotted lanternfly, and I want to share some suggestions that straddle both on-the-ground survey with new technologies that I think are going to be key for any new program going forward. So first, I want to build on what Dr. Urban just talked about by discussing what to look for and where to look for it while you're surveying, and then also explain how you can focus your time with the help of new tools and technologies. So let's start with what you're actually looking for. So as we've talked about, as you probably read, lanternfly is easily identifiable. There's few bugs out there that look like it, but it's still a bug and therefore small. So it's really clever too and good at hiding. So let's focus on this first slide quick. The first slide shows 4 thin-star spotted lanternfly. The picture on the right was taken from about 2 feet away, just to give you an idea of size of the insect and how close you actually need to be to find it. These photos are typical of spotted lanternfly behavior. They're going to hide on the underside of leaves and tree branches, hidden from the sight of predators, which includes you. The nymphs are notoriously hard to find, so if you're going to look for them, stick to tree line edges and new growth, not venturing too deep into the forest. Egg masses are what you're going to be looking for right now. So over the course of the season, on the left, you can see those are new egg masses. The white egg mass was laid within the last few minutes of this picture being taken. But it's going to darken to that brown gray that the other egg mass is around it in the coming hours. And on the right is a hatched egg mass. Lanternfly are sneaky. They're not going to lay them. Their eggs just on trees. They'll put them on pretty much any surface, including pallets, rusty metal, any rocks with airspace, or behind the bark of a tree. The egg masses are going to blend in perfectly with peeling bark, like on sycamore, or like this black cherry tree. Or behind peeling paint of this rusty metal post. And they really like to hide them in other sneaky places like under this gate hinge. And this is just a really quick virtual scavenger hunt. I'm not going to take much time here, but in this photo on the screen, there are 15 egg masses conspicuously close to that passing train. There's a lot of great places here to look, from metal fence posts to the trees, but I want to draw your attention to that fallen wooden post in the middle. If you flip that over, you're going to find 15 egg masses that were laid there. There was enough airspace under there, the lanternfly thought it was safe. So I wanted to focus on that first, just to give you an idea of what to look for, and then I want to focus on where to look very quickly, and then we'll move right along. So as you're going to hear today during the 101 and next week's summit, transportation corridors are the easiest way for lanternfly to move. On their own, they have a range of about 10 miles. But as we've learned, they're great hitchhikers. SLF can hold on to vehicles moving in excess of 65 miles an hour, and they'll happily hop off the vehicle when it comes to a stop. So to that end, truck stops, rust areas, business industrial parks, and shipping and freight centers are all great places to start your survey. Many of these locations offer minimal resistance in offering survey work to occur on the property, and that offers you the opportunity to talk to them about permitting as well. One thing I do want to note is railroads. Particularly near intermodal sections are great places to look, but do note that most railroads claim a 25-foot buffer from the center line of their outermost tracks as right away. So both for the safety of you and your surveyors, as well as that as railroad employees, be sure to respect that right away. Many homes and businesses do butt right up against that buffer. So with proper clearance, they can be accessed, surveyed, or even treated. but make it a point to reach out to those railways nonetheless to explain why your teams are there. Heading off on the right foot with rail companies, make it a lot easier to access their properties if you need to in the future. Best places to focus your surveys are going to be along tree edges, in easily accessible locations, and in small groves of trees, not forests. If you have SLF in your area, chances are they came in by hitchhiking, and the bugs and egg masses are going to be close to where the vehicle stopped. So while walking through the 100-acre woods is a great way to pass time, it's not an efficient way to look for spotted lanternfly. So focus on disturbed edges, places you can get to easily to both minimize your travel time and maximize the time spent looking. All right, so let's get into how technology can help you moving forward. So we've discussed the what's and where's of spotted lanternfly, but how can you decide where to survey for it effectively? And the answer is you don't need to figure that out on your own. Consider partnering with researchers and universities to gain a better insight into where you should look. For instance, the application on the screen here was built by Dr. Matt Helmus and the iEcolab team that has helped PTA and USDA staff find all those many truck stops, warehouses, distribution centers, and more where SLF could be brought in or moved into Pennsylvania. This is a snapshot of that same application of the Harrisburg area, which is where we operate, with all the types of locations that are marked on the map. So you can see there's some the vineyards and different locations on there. What's great about this application that Matt worked so hard to build for us is that you can modify this map in any way you need to. You'll see the green buttons along the bottom here. It can all be clicked, turned on or off. Can't do it right now because it's just a picture. So you can limit what you're seeing and how you're seeing it. So at PTA, we heavily utilize ArcGIS products for our survey. For instance, on the screen are two applications we built and use for tracking reports. I'll talk more about our reporting tool and how it can be beneficial to you next week during the summit, but I wanted to highlight these two apps. So when we receive a report from the public that we want to physically follow up, we generate an assignment for our teams to visit the site. We do that through the left application, which is Esri's Workforce. And that's where the assignment gets generated. They can click on it and they'll get directions on to get them where that report was made. When they get there, they can, through the assignment tool in Workforce, launch Survey 123, which is shown on the right. And they can collect not only the exact GPS location of where they're standing, but also the locations of all the lanternfly and tree having that they want to detect. What's neat about this is all that information then gets tied back into the original public report, and that gives our management and treatment teams a complete picture of the event. And that way, you're getting everything you need in one spot instead of trying to find notes that you scribbled and then somebody called you 2 weeks ago about it. So some of you may have already been familiar with this application. This was built by USDA. We utilize it for when we're in the field to mark trees for treatment to get exact GPS locations on those trees. And we can also capture the diameter of the trees and suggest treatment options based on that. And what we did was we took that information, all the data that's generated out of USDA's collector application, and built it into one of our own applications. So we built this using ArcGIS Online's web application builder to allow the treatment teams to easily track their own work. The treatment app allows them to zoom in on the specific location that they were working that day, and then they can select the area, whether it's a parcel or a treatment area, and then they can export that data as a CSV or generate maps for contractors so that they can find the trees more easily when they're on the property. The process of using a tailor-made application like this, as opposed to having the teams build their own maps, is extraordinarily time-consuming. Well, it's the other way around. It's time-consuming to make their own maps. Much easier for them to use this. One quick thing I just wanted to point out is about parcels. I like to use real-life examples where I can. So this is one more I have for you. So in this image, you can see property parcels are outlined in red. Parcels are absolutely essential to both survey and treatment work to make sure you're staying on the right property when you're doing work. So if you can, definitely work with your IT departments to gain access to them. So looking at this map, this is an intermodal section in Harrisburg. Just ponder for a second where you might consider surveying. And then this is how I would suggest attacking this particular area. So You want to focus your initial survey time in the green yes sections. Chances are if spotted lanternfly is there and it came in on that either the rail yard in the middle there, one of those businesses on the south, it's going to be in those areas. So the yellow maybe sections are fine if you have the time, but only if you found spotted lanternfly in those green sections. One thing I want to note is why did I make the green section in the top so small compared to the large green section on the bottom? First of all, the top is a tree line, so it's easily, you can get there fairly easily and look at it. The bottom section is large parcels, so that's easy to get access to talk to those businesses, get on and survey, half an acre, maybe an acre in one shot. The top northern yellow section, that's a bunch of small businesses, tiny little parcels. You'll probably spend more time gaining permission than you would actually doing a survey right there. So for initial surveys, definitely take your time and attack as best you can. So my final point is to remember that no matter how big or small your department or budget is, you're limited to only so many bodies and so many hours in a workday. I'll be going more into this topic on Tuesday during the communications presentation at the Lanternfly Summit, but I wanted to leave you with this fact. The public is absolutely your ally in this battle. In the beginning of the program, we thought we could handle all the reports by having the public call, email, or stop by our office. That quickly became a full-time job of its own and very quickly limited our time surveying. Instead, consider trying to find ways to capture data from the Republic, who can be your eyes and ears 24 hours a day, whether that's as simple as setting up a dedicated email or phone line for spotted lanternfly reports, partnering with the university's staff call center, or working with IT to build an online form for your website or an ArcGIS survey. The goal should be to capture all the data you actually want, things like location, date and time, number of insects, and life stage. In 2020 alone in Pennsylvania, we had nearly 83,000 reports from the public about spotted lanternfly all across PA. And since we launched the app 2.5 years ago, we had 197,000 reports. That's almost double the number of surveys we've been able to complete in 7 years. So I'm going to wrap that up. So thank you for your time and attention this morning. I ran through a ton of things that I hope you find relevant. So if I can be helpful in the future, please feel free to reach out using my contact information on the screen. And with that, I'll turn it over to Matt. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Jay. That was a good lead into what Jennifer is going to talk about next with thinking about citizen science tools and reporting out of New York. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Great, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Super. All right, well, thank you, everyone. I'm from New York, and I'm going to talk to you about how we are helping to channel the public reports. So kind of nicely dovetails onto what Jay was talking about at the very end, and focus some of our volunteer enthusiasm to help our state agencies with their spotted lanternfly efforts. All right, and so we are fortunate in New York to have support and coordination for invasive species efforts. Many of our state agencies do have active invasive species programs, and the state's covered by 8 partnerships for regional invasive species management, which is also tremendously helpful for our efforts. And here in New York State, the Department of Agriculture and Markets is the lead agency for spotted lanternfly related things. And I'm with the New York Natural Heritage Program. So we are tasked by the state to manage the information and provide data resources on invasive species for all of our stakeholders. Heritage programs are most commonly known for data management on rare species and habitats and biodiversity, but they're also well positioned to manage data on threats to these. And so that's our role for New York State. And we manage data on invasive species through IMAP Invasives. This is a powerful GIS-based online system that serves as New York's centralized database. The system is freely available to resource professionals and the public so they can report locations, explore the maps, sign up for email alerts, and so forth. And there are 3 main data types within IMAP Invasives. We have presence, not detected, and treatment. And both the presence and not detected records can be entered through the mobile app, which is extremely helpful for our citizen science efforts, and they go directly to the main map. But there are some special species, so spotted lanternfly included, that are hidden from the public map. And so as the reports come in, only certain state staff can see these reports. For most species that we have on our state tracking list, reports come into IMAP as unconfirmed, and then experts can confirm those records. And once a record is confirmed, then that becomes part of the public web map service and so forth. But as I mentioned, spotted lanternfly is special. So these come in as both unconfirmed and hidden on the map. And so email alerts are triggered for state authorities at New York State Ag and Markets. And then the staff at Ag and Markets can then consider this a lead. This report came in, they can put it into their internal database and then determine whether this is an individual or an established population, if they need follow-up on the ground and so forth. And so they are the keepers of the official state data for this species, but we're channeling those public reports. And we've also noticed there are a lot of reports coming in for spotted lanternfly through iNaturalist. And this is a platform used by the general public to enter observations of any organization or any organism, whether or not you know what it is. It crowdsources the identifications. So with permission from iNaturalist, we created a script that would pull any new spotted lanternfly records for New York from iNaturalist into IMAP invasives so that it will feed into that process and trigger the email alerts for Ag and Markets, and then they can then incorporate that general public report into their internal database as well. And of course, there's extensive professional surveys that Ag and Markets conducts across the state for spotted lanternfly. And there has also been a tremendous outpouring of interest from the PRISMs and from their volunteers to help. And so in order to focus the volunteers where they're most needed, we started a collaboration with Ag and Markets and some of the other state agencies to do a volunteer project. And so we created a volunteer grid system to help channel all this enthusiasm. So Ag and Markets, state parks, and the heritage program selected about 4,000 1-kilometer grids across the state. This is based on the US National Grid System, in which volunteers can claim a grid square. The focus grid squares, which are those orange ones surrounded in red, are the ones that we deem are most important. They're either near areas known to have spotted lanternfly or have a high potential for introduction. But there's also grid squares that have complete access to public land or are near reports of confirmed tree of heaven trees. And so this dashboard to select the grids was created in ArcGIS Web App Builder, and the data is stored in ArcGIS Online. The volunteers can navigate to their area of interest and click on a grid to claim it. And then they provide some basic info, including their person ID for IMAP invasives, so we can tie their data directly back to this project. And so we held a webinar just on Tuesday to train volunteers. And this was with Ag and Markets. Ag and Markets staff trained the volunteers on how to identify spotted lanternfly and tree of heaven. And then we talked about how to set up the IMAP invasives mobile app and how to claim a grid square on our web app. And this was really well received with over 275 people attending. And so far we've had about 80 of the grid squares claimed. And so we hope to get more. We'll do this throughout the rest of the year. And our website has all the instructions for the volunteers, and you can get the access to the grid square map sign up. All right, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Okay, so next we have Chris, and he's going to talk to us a bit about process-based risk modeling. So go ahead and take it away, Chris.
All right, there we go. Good morning, y'all. I'm Chris Jones, a research professor at NC State's Center for Geospatial Analytics. And I appreciate the opportunity to present our work to you today and hope that you find it to be useful and we can work together with many of you in the future. Our research group focuses on iterative forecasting for pests and pathogens. Lately, we've been doing a lot of work on forecasting spotted lanternfly spread. I wanted to take a minute to thank my collaborators, Shannon, Anna, Vashik, Ben, and Ross from our group, as well as Kevin Bigsby and Devin Gatos from APHIS for their feedback and contributions to this analysis. With that, let's dive straight into some visuals. So this is a map of forecasted SLF spread to 2050 based on the 2019 detection data. This is a county level aggregate of mean probability of detecting SLF at a given point in time. One thing I'll mention is our model does very well at handling natural dispersal, but doesn't have the directionality of specific pathways for long distance dispersal built in yet. And I'll talk about that more in a few slides. So our model driving the forecast that you just saw is a dynamic spatial temporal model of SLF spread and works by statistically calibrating and updating parameters of beta, alpha 1, alpha 2, and gamma as new data becomes available. These parameters control the amount of SLF being dispersed at a given time. These are the calibration curves used for the forecasting work shown above and in future slides. I won't go into too many details, but want to share the big picture idea. The model abstracts specific aspects of SLF biology, such as life cycle, to focus on capturing spread dynamics over a year through statistical measures while using key biological features such as host availability and temperature at specific locations and times to moderate SLF establishment and survival. Beta determines the number of SLF dispersing from a single host under optimal conditions in the time step. We then use environmental conditions such as host availability and temperature to refine the number of SLF that disperse from that location at that time. Spread only occurs May to November in our model, and our temperature effects are derived from a recent paper by Kretman et al. In that environmental entomology issue that Julie was talking about. The process shown here happens over the entire landscape of the simulation. And in the example on slide 1, that's the entire US. So let's take a look at how this, so now I'm going to show a video illustrating how the simulation works through space and time. As I said, we use environmental drivers and current detections coupled with statistically derived parameters to forecast spread into the future across space and time. The red circles show the number of SLF dispersing from a cell, and the model then determines where they disperse to and whether or not they can establish, which depends on those environmental conditions when they arrive. And this happens over the course of the simulation. So here we're showing time step 2, and as you can see, these red circles again indicating the number of SLF dispersing, and these can disperse both locally, like within a cell, and farther away via kind of these long distance jumps, but again, they're not directional in how those long distance jumps are calibrated. So, and then this speeds up and repeats over the entire simulation to give us a probability of SLS establishment over time. And because we know that models are always going to be imperfect, we always want to compare our forecasts with those of other researchers so we can provide a better understanding of areas where specific modeling approaches agree and disagree. So the map you're looking at here is comparing the forecast shown in slide 1 in 2050 to a Maxent model produced by Walkie et al. The dark red areas show locations where both models agree that there is a high risk of SLF infestation at some point in the future. We want to turn this map into a video similar to that of slide 1 if decision makers and analysts are interested in that. Please let me know and we can move that up our priority list for our work. We are also working on simulating how effective the overall management program has been. We do this by simulating spread with and without those treatment interventions that Jay showed. And the map above focuses on Winchester, Virginia with and without treatments. And based on our simulation, the treatments are effective at decreasing the risk of spread, and the 2018 and 2019 treatments have reduced potential SLS infested area by 15%. And this is a modeled simulation, so, and we don't have any ground truth of how effective that actually is, but these are kind of giving us some type of way of controlling for having done nothing. So we're working on running this analysis for 2020 treatments as well, and for a range of treatment efficacies for pesticide applications. So here, our research is also highly focused on building spatial decision support systems around our forecasts. Here I'm showing a video of the web-based dashboard that we have developed to allow users to interact with the model and data. We aggregate detections to the spatial grain of the simulation, so in this case 1 kilometer for the field detections. The user can then select from a number of additional layers for display for a number of additional data layers for display that can provide context for management, such as host availability, railroads, etc. The user can then go in, and in this case, we're going to select one of those railroad layers. And there's two types of treatments provided by the interface. You can have host removal or pesticide, and you can select from a predefined list of pesticides or choose your own the other category and define your own pesticide with its own efficacy, cost, and timing of application, as well as how long it stays active in the environment. And then you can draw on the dashboard where you want that management intervention to be. So as I said before, the network model, or our model, handles natural dispersal very well, but we don't handle the long distance dispersal along these specific pathways such as rail corridors. So that's something we're actively looking at adding into the model, is a network model that goes from A to B, but SLF provides a complication because you can have those egg masses moving just from A to B if you're parked, but you also have gravid females that could hop off along the path along A to B at some point in the future. So there's a lot of complications from the traditional networking model approach to consider with spotted lanternfly, just because of the way it moves along these rail corridors. So you can go in and edit specific polygons, change the management application you want to apply there. Then you can zoom out to the entire study region, run the model, and the model takes a few minutes to run and then writes those forecast outputs back to the dashboard so you can see. And on the right, there's summary statistics on number of detections and area detected, and then some summary statistics from the model, such as probability of occurrence, which is whether or not we simulated a detection in any one of the simulations, as well as mean number of detections, minimum, maximum, et cetera. And along with those interfaces, those options, we're actively working with researchers like Matt Helmus and Tedros Waki to provide ensemble forecasting. So once we can aggregate those into this model, we'd be able to provide a dashboard for interacting with their models as well. And you can turn different layers on and off to make the dashboard less cluttered, and then run the simulation out and see how effective a 3-year management program could be. And with that, I appreciate your time today, and we'll take any questions or turn it over to the next presenter.
Great, thank you, Chris. Okay, I think we'll head over to Devin, who's going to talk a bit more about establishment risk at ports, etc. So Devin, go ahead and take it away.
All right, thanks, Matt. Can everybody see my screen?
Sorry, yes, we can see it, but it's not in presenter mode yet.
Okay. Maybe let me try and unshare quick. All right. All right. All right, now let's see if this works. All right, okay.
Yeah, looks great.
All right, thanks, Matt. All right, so good morning, everyone. I'm Devin Gatos, and like Matt mentioned, I'm an analyst with USDA APHIS, Plant Protection and Quarantine. This morning, in this group of talks, we're going to see a number of different spotted lanternfly forecasts or models of where it could potentially establish within the US. Both Chris Jones's lab and Matt Helmus's lab have done a lot of work in this area. And then I'll be talking about how we can use these models to help target where we should be focusing outreach and training at airports and seaports throughout the US. But to start, let's talk about why we might want to do outreach and training in these areas. As SLF has expanded its range, it's coming into contact with more airports and seaports. And we know that SLF has a history of hitchhiking on different conveyances, so this is something that we want to be aware of. Additionally, there have been a few instances where SLF was found on airplanes or on coastwise vessels. So I think it's really important to note, however, that we don't know that SLF could really survive these conditions. all of the SLF found in air cargo so far were found either dead or dying. And the few SLF that have been found on coastwise vessels were either found dead or they were killed prior to docking. These aren't exactly hospitable environments, and I think that we have some good evidence that this environment may actually be deadly to them. On top of that, there aren't really any host plants available, so they don't have the resources they need to thrive. And the biggest threat would be moving a mated female who is ready to lay eggs. But these females tend to be more sessile. They're not really flying around as much as their unmated counterparts, so there's less of a risk that they would even hop onto an airplane or a ship to begin with. So I just want to make it very clear that this may not be a viable pathway for SLF spread, and that I don't think there's a reason for alarm right now. However, since we've noticed this, and since SLF does have a history of hitchhiking, we want to make sure that we get people on the lookout in these areas so that if we do start to get a problem, we can notice it early and we can respond to it rapidly. But even if SLF were to arrive alive and intact, not all of the locations are going to be suitable for it anyway. For it to establish, it would need to have the right environmental conditions, good weather, access to lots of host plants, etc. And those conditions are not uniform across the United States. This map shows one prediction of SLF establishment, and the dots here represent airports. We can see right off the bat that a lot of airports, especially in the Midwest, may not be suitable at all. And then a lot more are in these light pink areas, which have a lower probability of establishment. So even just from this one map, we can get a lot of information about how risk levels differ at different airports. But we're also several years into SLF being here, and different research groups have made different predictions about the likelihood of SLF establishment. So which of these maps do we use? Looking at these maps, we see that there's a lot of areas where they generally agree, but there's also some areas of disagreements, like Texas, Arizona, parts of the Midwest. And that's because these maps are made using different information. Some of them take Tree of Heaven into account, some take rail lines into account. They're using different environmental predictors, different spotted lanternfly data, different modeling processes. And until spotted lanternfly spreads into its full niche, I think we're going to have a hard time saying which of these maps is the most accurate. I think it's better right now to say that each one represents a valid hypothesis of where SLF invasion is possible. So with that in mind, I think that we can and we should be using all of these maps to think about the establishment potential, and that we can do that through an ensemble modeling approach like Chris was just talking about. So I like this quote from Stahlgren et al. Because I think it illustrates the point pretty well. Ensemble modeling, in its simplest terms, involves combining model outputs from different models into a single map. In this way, areas of high model agreement can be differentiated from areas of low model agreement. And we have an example of what that looks like down here, which Chris just showed. So if we combine that research from Wakey et al. With the analysis that Chris Jones and his lab did, you can make this third map showing areas of model agreement and disagreement. And the idea is that this third map is typically more robust than relying on any one model alone. As several models are all telling us that an area is high risk, we can be more confident that those areas really are high risk and that SLF could establish there. So for this analysis, I'm going to be doing a sort of pseudo ensemble approach, where instead of combining the full maps like I just showed, I'm just going to be extracting those maps' values at the airport and seaport locations throughout the US. And currently, I'll be relying on the existing species distribution models by Tedros Wackey, Chris Jones's lab, and Matt Helmus's lab. And then I'm going to rank airports and seaports based on what those maps say about the risk level. So for example, a location that all of the maps consider to be a high risk would be considered the highest risk category. And then inevitably, more species distribution models will be made for SLF. I think potentially there's already some in the works. And as these new hypotheses come up, we can easily extract their values and then add them into this existing analysis. So I'm working on this now. I'm hoping to have it done within the next several months so that we can get this out there and start getting it on people's radars well before adults begin to emerge. And with that, thank you for listening to my presentation today. I think we're on a pretty tight schedule, but if you type questions into the chat box, I can try and get back to you quickly. So thank you, and I will turn it back to Matt.
Hey, thanks so much, Devin. Okay, so now Seba is going to take over and show some of the work that we've done in our lab at Temple University. Go ahead, Seba.
Thank you, Matt. Just a moment to share my screen. Here we go. All right, hi everyone, and thank you for attending today. My name is Seba Debona. I'm a postdoc at Temple University with Matt Helmus. And what I want to do today is to give you a bit of an overview of the work that we are doing at Temple, and also give you an idea of how you can use yourself that work in your own line of work with some tools that we have developed. So in general, when thinking about working on spotted lanternfly, there are 3 steps that we need to take into account. And I think we've seen examples of this throughout the day today. We need to really understand the past spread and the current distribution of spotted lanternfly in the US. This will allow us to have enough information to be able to forecast what are the areas at risk of establishment of spotted lanternfly in the near future. And we can do this through a variety of modeling approaches. We'll see a couple more today during my talk. And then finally, the last step is to be able to anticipate within these areas that are at high risk what locations should be targeted for monitoring, which places we can go to be able to determine whether a population is becoming established in a new area. The tools that we develop at Temple are all collected on an interactive dashboard that we have developed. It's publicly available. You'll find a link to it at some point during my talk or right after it in the chat. So feel free to explore it on your own terms. I'll go through it with you now to highlight some of the apps. Currently, we have 7 apps that have been developed and are maintained by Temple on it. But also, we have added links to resources that are have been developed and maintained by others. And so what we really want to create is a space where someone can start to visualize or gather information or explore the current knowledge on spotted lanternfly. If we now go to the live app, you should be able to see it now. This is our dashboard, and each app is contained in one of these boxes. You'll see there's a little tease to what the app will look like once you open it. There's a title to it, and then on the bottom right corner, a logo that identifies the developer and maintainer of the app. The 3 apps that I want to show you sort of track back with the steps that I was describing before of understanding, forecasting, and then anticipating the spread of spotted lanternfly. You have seen some of these apps before in some of the other talks, so you'll be able to follow a thread throughout these talks. So first, let's take a look at this past spread interactive map, which I have already preloaded here. With this map, you can have a quick look at how the spread and increasing population density really changed through time at the county level, starting from Berks County and then spreading throughout the Northeast. You can go back and see at each individual year if you wish, and also you can toggle here and take a look instead of the established populations. You can look at the regulatory incidents, so cases where lanternfly was found either dead or moorbound, but there is not an established population. And you'll see how the reach of spotted lanternfly due to human-assisted transport is actually far beyond its established range. If you go back to the dashboard and take a look at some other apps, one that I wanted to show you since it was brought up during our previous talks by Chris and Devin, is this app that tracks the high-risk areas for future spotted lanternfly establishment. This app is based on a model, on a species distribution model developed by Nick Huron, one of the grad students in our lab. And this model uses information on the host availability and also on climatic variables such as precipitations and temperatures. And on top of that, the proximity to urban environments to define what are the areas globally that are at high risk for spotted lanternfly to become established. And we can zoom in into the US here, and you've seen this image before in Devin's talk. The other thing you'll be able to do in this app is to toggle some other layers. For instance, you can take a quick look at what are the regions that are important for wine production, and this can give you at a glance in a snapshot an idea of what are going to be the areas that are at risk of being highly impacted from an economic point of view as well. I'll let you explore the other layers on your own time later. Going back one more time to our dashboard, something Jay had presented before was a tool we developed in order to anticipate where spotted lanternfly could crop up in a new area. We'll take a look briefly at the app for Pennsylvania. I just want to mention that 2 additional apps for California and the area around Chicago are under development. So keep an eye on those if you're interested. They'll be updated daily throughout the next weeks. If you take a look at the map for Pennsylvania, you can navigate through it and find areas or specific locations that are of interest for spotted lanternfly potentially arriving. So for instance, we have landscaping services, we have campgrounds, we have storage facilities or wineries. And if you check the bottom here, as Jay was suggesting, you can toggle which type of sites you are free to visualize. The last thing I wanted to mention about this app is we have a panel right at the bottom where you can provide feedback to us. If you want to see anything else put onto this dashboard, or if you're having any issue with it, please let us know. We welcome any type of feedback. All right, moving back to the presentation now, I want to pass the baton along to Stephanie, who's going to tell you something about our ongoing research on building a mathematical model to establish the establishment and potential of spotted lanternfly. And after her, Nadej will give you a brief overview on how we worked on understanding and anticipating spotted lanternfly dispersal.
Thank you, Seba. Okay, hi, everybody. My name is Stephanie Levkevich, and I am a postdoc in the math department at Temple University, and I am working with the IECO lab on mathematical modeling of spotted lanternfly population dynamics, right? So on this front, what are we doing? What is our goal? So our main goal, which we are working on now, is to derive and analyze a model that tracks the number of spotted lanternfly eggs and bugs in a given location over some period of time of interest. And so in a nutshell, the process that we go through to do this is we start by looking at field and experimental data and using it to parameterize functions that describe the rates at which the biological processes that underlie the population dynamics for this species actually occur. And so Seba has really been leading the effort and the charge on this and working with published work and emerging work and expert opinion from Julie Urban and Melody Kina and Dennis Calvin, among others. So it's this really nice big collaborative effort between math and data science and ecology to get these functions parameterized. And so once we have them, we take them and we put them into our partial differential equation model and compute numerical simulations of the model. And so what the model actually spits out or returns to us is counts of agents of the system, so bugs, eggs, etc., over the course of time of interest and also their developmental ages. Okay. Oops, sorry. How do I go back? Sorry. Okay, so at the core of it, the sort of base, like founding attribute of our model is that it is a mechanistic and first principles based approach to modeling. So the large scale population dynamical trends that are produced by the model are dictated entirely by these rate functions describing the fecundity, mortality, and development at the level of the individual agents, right? So the broad population behavior, is interpreted as resulting from what is really the biological processes that dictate what happens to individual agents of the system. And in this sense, it is really a bottom-up approach. So we are not using any field data about spotted lanternfly presence or absence in actually building the model itself. And I think that that's what distinguishes it from some of the other models that we've talked about in this session and a lot of the modeling approaches that one might see in general. So we are using this mechanistic approach to kind of make predictions about the likelihood of SLF presence or absence based on an understanding of the underlying biology. Okay, and so what is our model actually able to produce? So I think there's a nice duality to it in that we can make very specific predictions and we can also describe overarching general trends. So what I mean by this in terms of specific predictions is that we can take a particular, as we say, initial condition and plug it into the model and see what happens over time. So I could say, if I want to know what happens if I drop 100 eggs onto this tree in this place on this day, and the eggs experience a certain temperature profile over the next couple of years, what's going to happen? How many instars will I have on April 1st of the next year? How many egg layers will I have on October 15th, et cetera, right? So we can do that sort of thing and look at the details of exactly what happens in a certain situation of interest. And I'll show you a table in a moment that illustrates that. And then in terms of general trends, our modeling methods allow us to get an estimate of the year-to-year reproductive number associated with the SLF population in a given location. And so, so the reproductive number, as we know from COVID and everything now, is the number of spotted lanternfly that we would have in a given year per spotted lanternfly present exactly 1 year before. And so from the reproductive number, it gives us a very general description of the ability of that environment in a given location to sustain the population and to promote establishment in a way to a large extent independent of the initial condition or any sort of transience about what exactly was happening when the agents arrived in that place. And when they are predicted to establish in a place, it gives us a measure of the expected growth rate of the population as well. And so, okay, so here on the first note in terms of a specific simulation, here is a sample of a kind of data table that we can produce. And so I ran the simulation in McIntosh County, Georgia, starting with 100 egg laying adults on October 1st. And so here is some data that describes what the population looks like from March through July of 2018. So we have counts of eggs and instars, et cetera. And so we see that at the start, we have eggs that are developing, and then they hatch in early April, start to move through the different instar stages. And then down at the bottom of the table, we see that they've reached egg laying and they're starting to lay some eggs that are in diapause. And so this kind of data is going up on our SLF dashboard and is still under construction now, but it will be up there soon for you to check out. And then finally, here is a map of the predicted reproductive number across the United States. So we computed it at each of these points that you see. Blue points are where the reproductive number is less than 1, and we expect the population to die out. And red points are where the the reproductive number is greater than 1, and we expect the population to flourish. And so this, I'm bad. Okay, thank you. So this is where, and this particular map that we have is just dependent, is really just asking the question, if the spotted lanternfly arrive in this location, can the environment sustain them, right? Is that possible? Independent of how they might have arrived there. And so, right, just as Devin said so beautifully just a moment ago, this is yet another piece of the picture. This particular map only takes into consideration the temperature profile and not host right now, but that's something that we'll incorporate later. So it's just yet another piece of the puzzle in terms of investigating how well these guys are going to be able to establish. And another important thing about this picture of this model is that it is a non-spatial model. So we are, as I said, we're just asking if the spotted lanternfly arrive somewhere, can they establish there, and not will they actually get there? And so Nadej is going to talk to you now about her work on spotted lanternfly spread and dispersal, which we will be able to synergize into a complete model that accounts for both growth and dispersal.
Thank you, Stephanie. Hi, everyone. So I'm Nadej Belwa. I'm a postdoc at Temple University too. Let's see if I can take control. Okay. So as Stephanie just said, now I'm going to talk about dispersal. That is, how would spotted lanternfly arrive in a new region? So first, I want to distinguish two types of dispersal. The first one is here in gray. It's the continuous expansion of an invasion from the introduction site that we call continuous dispersal, continuous spread, diffusive spread. And the second one is the establishment of satellite population away from this main invaded area that we call jump dispersal. Jump dispersal is really important because if we look at the radius of the invasion and we separate the continuous spread from the jump dispersal here in white, we can see how important it is. For example, in 2019, satellite populations were found twice as far from the introduction site compared to spotted lanternflies coming from the continuous spread. So it means that jump dispersal allows spotted lanternflies to arrive much quicker in areas, in uninvaded regions compared to the continuous spread. So we looked at the characteristics of the jump locations. And we found that on average, these satellite populations, they are situated very close to transport infrastructures, such as main roads, railways, or airports. So that means two things. First, it really confirms that this jump dispersal is linked to human transportation. And second, it's the fact that locations that meet these specifications are likely to be the first to be invaded or to receive the first spotted lanternflies in uninvaded regions. And things get even more interesting if we can have an actual estimate of dispersal, like using population genetics. So that's the purpose of our landscape genomics project. This type of questions has already been studied in China and in South Korea, but not in the US yet. And we are lucky because the genome of the spotted lanternfly has been sequenced by a team, including Julie Herben. So that's really helpful for our analysis. So last year we sampled populations across the invasive range, including the introduction site, the invasive front, and also satellite populations. And now we are working on answering questions such as how far and how often do spotted lanternfly disperse? What's the origin of satellite populations within the US? Which pathways do they take to get there? And we are also looking at traces of evolution over contemporary timescales, such as insecticide resistance, cold resistance, or increased dispersal. So this is ongoing research. I don't have results to present yet, but as soon as we get results, we'll make some apps and they will be available on the dashboard for you to use, for states to use for taking informed management decisions. Thank you for your attention.
Great, well, thanks so much, Nadej. If anyone has any questions, we have a bit of time for questions, a couple minutes. I'm happy to address that. And if anyone else in the panel wants to jump in, I'm looking through the questions. So one question is sort of how do other states get to use some of the data that we developed at Temple, but also that Chris has developed and everyone else has developed. I would say reach directly out to anybody whose work you're interested in using in your own state or for your own purposes. Certainly you could take a look at the dashboard that we developed, and anytime that someone develops some sort of new application, we'll put that on the dashboard, we'll put that on the Stop SLF website, we'll put that wherever we can so that it's easily accessed to you. Certainly if you're interested in something customized for your own state, reach out to us. So maybe one question is, let's see, so to Devin, I think Devin, you already answered that question about Japanese beetle. What's interesting is that, there is some work that looking at, there are inspections that happened because of Japanese beetle, and periodically those inspections actually turn up, a few lanternfly here and there. And so clearly looking at these high-risk pathways through airports, through train depots, etc., makes sense to do. Okay, Scott, I'll pass it on to you.
Well, thanks, Matt. I was going to thank Matt, Jay, Jennifer, Chris, Devin, Seba, Stephanie, Nadej. You guys are a well-oiled machine. So not only were you able to get all that information shoehorned into that 55 minutes, but you were able to keep up on all the questions quite well too. So there was one more that just came in. Do predictions of occurrence near airports relate directly to airline transportation or travelers driving from infested areas and parking at airports?
So for now,
oh, sorry, go ahead. So far it looks like SLF is hopping onto cargo occasionally. And so it's mostly in this cargo hold that we see this. The current airports that are experiencing infestations are all within the kind of generally infested region within Pennsylvania. So I don't think there's as much risk right now as far as the parking or the amount of travelers per se, because a lot of it's related to these kinds of hop-ons onto the cargo itself.
Well, I think we're good. You guys are all caught up on everything, and no questions pending out there. So I think we can probably cut everybody out for lunch a little early. As the joke goes, apparently Eastern time is the only time that matters. So I was going to say we'll see you back here at noon, but apparently 1 o'clock when we'll reconvene to start discussing readiness teams. So everyone enjoy their lunches, and we'll see you back at noon or 1, excuse me.
Hey, thanks a lot, Scott.
Organizing. Appreciate
In
it.
an hour.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1 p.m., so we're probably just about to begin and start our set of panel discussions for this afternoon. Let me see. So we're going to start by having our panel presenters introduce themselves. And I was thinking we could go alphabetically. We have 3 different states who are on this panel: Illinois, New York, and North Carolina. So if we'll start with Illinois and let the folks from that state introduce themselves first, and then we'll move on the line.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. My name's Scott Shermer. I'm the state plant regulatory official here in Illinois.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Greg Rensselaer. I'm the State Plant Health Director for Illinois, USDA APHIS PPQ. Glad to be with you today.
We'll do New York next. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. This is Chris Logue. I'm the State Plant Regulatory Official here in New York, working for the New York State Department of Agriculture and Markets. Thanks for having me today.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Edward Chan. I'm the New York State Plant Health Director, working for PPQ, and I appreciate you guys inviting me to be on today.
And Joy?
I'm going to introduce our moderator first, Whitney Swink. I'm Joy Goforth. I'm the SPRO in North Carolina. And Whitney Swink, who's our moderator today, is our staff entomologist, our regulatory entomologist, she's been on this journey with us from day one as well. So thanks for moderating, Whitney.
Absolutely. So thank you all for the introductions. Before we get started on the questions we have for the panel today, this session is for states who are in different kind of levels of readiness for spotted lanternfly, to kind of discuss where they are and what they've been doing, what we've been doing. And so we were going to have each state, if you want an opportunity to give a brief overview of kind of what your current status is with spotted lanternfly before we head into the questions, we can do that now. So we'll start with Illinois and then move down the line.
Sure, thanks, Whitney. So here in Illinois, we don't have spotted lanternfly. We haven't detected any populations or anything. So we're still in that full-on readiness phase. Back in 2018 was when we kind of convened our readiness team, brought together some of the common players between USDA, the State Department of Agriculture, Extension, and then some larger cooperators along the lines of county forest preserve districts and Illinois Green Industry Association and groups like that would have a stake or an interest in this. You know, again, we're not involved, so to speak. I think efforts like this are very important to keep this topic at the forefront for readiness. So kind of in a parting thought, I guess, in that sense, is that you know, these kinds of programs are very important when it comes to readiness in general, trying to get as much information as you can from those that are going through it, and gleaning what you can to apply to your state in your particular situation is probably going to be a recurring theme that we talk about in this. But I'll leave it at that and pass it over to New York.
Hey, Scott, I can add some things to that too.
I'm sorry, Greg. Yeah, please do.
Yeah. I'm not sure why my video is not working, but I apologize. Usually I like to show my face, but can you guys see my video or no?
No, we can't, but we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. All right. I apologize. So I just wanted to add that when Scott and I got together first and started talking about this, we kind of wanted to keep two goals in mind. Like Scott mentioned, of course, the response part where we would, define the roles and the authorities and, kind of the steps that we would go through when we detect SLF. We all kind of felt it was just a matter of time. So, but we also wanted to use the plan to kind of increase the likelihood of an early detection. So we have a lot of language in the plan about, having organizations piggyback their field work and do what they can for SLF awareness, for outreach. We have some language in there about taking tree of heaven surveys and, just to really get an extra set of eyes out there, as we didn't really have official surveys going on. So we really wanted to use the plan for those two goals in combination. So, and then we revisit every year. We get the group together at least a year to look at the plan, make any, necessary changes, just to try and keep everyone engaged. I know we all have a lot of activities going on, and it's been quite the year 2020 and coming into 2021, but I think it really served us well just to revisit this as much as we can, just to keep the engagement and awareness out there. And then, of course, we would pass that down through each organization just to get it down to field level and make sure we were doing what we can to use these kind of non-alternative ways to get out there and look for SLF.
I don't know if New York State or USDA wants to go first.
Sure, I'll go first, Eddie. Is that okay with you?
Oh, that is fine with me.
So again, thanks for the opportunity to be here. So our situation in New York is a little bit different than Illinois. I'd say we're a little bit further down the road at this point. We do have probably, I guess it would be about a half a dozen distinct locations around the state where we have detected spotted lanternfly. The first of those, and again, I think it's really important, to sort of reiterate what New York is like. So my experience is when you say you're from New York, they always think of the backdrop behind Eddie Chen that you can see right now with the city and the bridges and all that kind of thing. Yeah, we're a lot about New York City and Long Island and places where there's a lot of population, but there's also a whole lot of upstate New York that is extremely rural and extremely agriculturally based. So it's a very diverse state. And so our areas where we have spotted lanternfly are, reflect that diversity. So Staten Island, which is where we found it first, as far as a population is concerned, very thickly settled, lots of properties, both commercial and residential. But then other places where we found it are pretty rural, like Port Jervis area, which is along the Interstate 84 corridor, actually a place where we kind of thought we would see it first, quite frankly. The other thing I'd say is, once we found it in one place, there were sort of the domino effect that you find it in several other places. So we're a ways down the road. I think one of the real challenges we have is addressing this in, again, a half a dozen different places around around the state. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But I think, the way Eddie and I have tried to work is to try to model for our staff, a respectful relationship where we're working together. We don't always agree on everything because we are from two different agencies. We've got different approaches and different priorities. But I think what I try to focus in on is the places where the priorities overlap, and we can make a lot of progress there. So Eddie, I'm going to turn it to you to jump in.
Very good, thank you. Not to repeat everything that you've said, but one of the things that we realized in the very beginning was not if we were going to get SLF, it's when we were going to get SLF. I think Chris and I did a great job in communicating from the very beginning and knowing that we were going to be eventually hit with populations of SLF and how we were going to go ahead and go about that. We communicated very well in trying to get our staffing trained. We worked on getting an ICS system for both agencies to partake in so that we could go ahead and start working together, which is nothing new for New York. We've already had 2 emergency programs that we were working on emergency with European cherry fruit fly and the Asian longhorn beetle. So one of the biggest hurdles which we did not have was working together, and our staff working together. They were able to go ahead and communicate. So we did not want to overlap in doing a lot of the surveys, and communication was a big part in us being able to get prepared, respond, and to work during that response effectively. So thank you.
Wonderful. And I'll let you finish that up, Joy.
Thank you. So North Carolina, we don't have spotted lanternfly, but as everyone, it's just not here yet. Or as a matter of fact, at this point, we believe it is here. We just haven't, it hasn't been reported to us yet. So we have been conscious of spotted lanternfly from the very early days. And serendipitously, we had a meeting that was being held in our state that we were unaware of by Bartlett Tree Research Lab about, I would say maybe 2.5, 3 years ago or so. And all the language we had heard of everything we had attended prior to that meeting at Bartlett was eradication, talk of eradication. And so we kind of interjected ourselves into the meeting at Bartlett Tree because we didn't initially get an invitation, but when we found out who all was going to be there and it was going to be in our state, we ensured that we were part of those conversations, and we had heard that the language switched from eradication to suppression or control. And we realized then that this was growing. And we watched the maps and the modeling, and we're hearing the stories about the insect as everyone was learning how things progressed. And we realized that this was growing exponentially, and we knew that it was a high risk for our state. So we became on heightened alert for it. And we were already doing surveys and watching out for it. So, what I like to say now is, if there's no question, I feel like we lined our staff against the Virginia border, and that we have squirt guns and we're trying to put out an inferno that's coming our way. But we believe that advanced preparation will be the difference for when it gets to North Carolina. We feel like everything that we can possibly do to arm ourselves now will be a benefit once it gets here, and that we'll have a better chance at being able to at least keep it isolated into smaller areas.
Wonderful, thank you. So we'll get into our questions now, and these are kind of focused on specific areas that states that we're looking at, these states in particular, in developing their response plans. So we'll start again with Illinois. What was your best resource in developing your spotted lanternfly response plan?
I'll start, Greg. So I think this is kind of a two-pronged approach. Something like I mentioned earlier with, webinars and information sharing like this. Getting as much information as we can passed forward to kind of know what to be looking for, what to be doing in advance, what's worked, what hasn't worked, was very important for us to incorporate into our readiness approach. And then kind of like what Eddie said too, we're in a somewhat of a unique situation where we've had Asian longhorn beetle here. We've had emerald ash borer. So we've gone through the paces on some of these major insect invaders in the past. And a lot of the folks that we reached out to be on the readiness team have been involved with these. So Asian longhorn beetle in Chicago, City of Chicago is on our readiness team. We had an emerald ash borer readiness team, and then of course we had to respond to that. And so we've gone through the rigors of being ready and then implementing a plan. So I think trying to get that institutional knowledge and that experience that you have from cooperators and collaborators is going to be important, not only from the knowledge standpoint of things, but also how to mobilize and how to get people going once the time does come.
Thank you. Greg, do you want...
Yeah, I can add a few things. Like Scott said, you know, it was interesting when I dug out some of our original ALB action plans to pull some of the things out of there for our SLF1 and kind of look at, you know, some of the things in there that you look back on and say, no, we didn't have that covered. We didn't do that correctly, and to make those corrections for SLF. One thing we also, it's a great advantage to us here. We have a great partner in the Morton Arboretum, and we have a great forest pest outreach program here in Illinois. So we really lean heavily on that partnership with them for outreach purposes, and they can really bring everything together with our early detection rapid response plan. So you know, as far as resources go, I you know, that's one of our shining stars, I think, for Illinois.
Wonderful, thank you. So New York, I'll give you a chance to weigh out on your experience with this.
So, you know, I obviously would agree with what both Scott and Greg have said. You know, the information sharing that we've had through these spotted lanternfly meetings over the past, this is the third one. First two were in Harrisburg, and you know, we're in person. Those have been really, really useful for us in New York. I think our relationship through the plant board with Pennsylvania and not having to consistently reinvent the wheel on how do you do this, that, or the other specific thing in this program has been really, really important. The other thing is just time. When this was found in Pennsylvania in 2014, and I think our initial the initial SLF meeting we had, I think the gentleman from Temple University did a presentation at that first spotted lanternfly summit, and had some really interesting information about trade channels and who's Pennsylvania's biggest trading partner, kind of a thing. And you know, it was frankly was New York, a lot of material going back and forth, and we kind of thought, gee, we're going to have this in 2016 or 2017, and actually had a bet going with some of our staff as to when we would find it. And you know, it kind of went on for long, you know, the sort of preparation period went on longer than we anticipated. So we had more time than we anticipated. You never have enough time to do everything that you want to do. I think one last thing I want to do before I hand it off to Eddie is to talk a little bit about sort of our invasive species program in New York, because I think, although it's not unique just to New York, I think it's a little bit perhaps more well developed. You did see the presentation before lunch by Jennifer Dean with the Natural Heritage Program in New York. And so by legislation, we have an invasive species council in New York, which is made up of representatives of 9 different state agencies. Ag and Markets and the Department of Environmental Conservation chair that group. There's also an invasive species advisory council, and you did see also in Jennifer's presentation earlier the regional groups, the partnerships for regional invasive species management. And so as that program has matured and we've kind of gotten our legs under us with this and we're comfortable with one another, it's almost like sort of the multiplier effect. And so, you know, one thing I would say is what Jennifer presented on earlier, as far as using the general public and putting some of that survey data into the IMAP program. I don't think we would have been ready to do that in 2010 or 2014 as an agency. And so, you know, as we look at this from a broader lens, not just the agricultural or the horticultural lens, I think it opens up possibilities to manage these things a little bit differently than we have in the past. Wouldn't go so far as to say the outcome will be different. But I think, you know, in New York, I feel pretty confident in saying we've tried some different things here, and we'll see how it plays out. So Eddie, I talked a lot. I'll give it over to you.
Thank you, Chris. Well, one of our resources, and you know, Greg mentioned it also, is our employees. We had employees, as I said before, that worked 2 emergency programs. We had employees that participated in emergency programs across the nation. And we have employees that work in the ICS teams. So with having all of that, our goal was to go ahead and prepare and to try and educate our employees the best way we could. We took advantage, and thanks to Pennsylvania to allow us to go ahead and participate in the summit. We were able to go ahead and send our people out to Pennsylvania for actual training. Bringing back those people, we were able to go ahead and train the rest of our staff, get them used to the collective program, get them out there practicing surveys and conducting surveys. So when the time came that we actually did find something in Staten Island, it was everybody was sure of their role, their responsibility, and what they needed to do. So, you know, the best part of our plan was getting you know, our employees the training that they needed and giving them the time to go ahead and work with that. Thank you.
And Joy, you can finish it off with our SLF response plan.
You listen well and let me know what I leave out. So our best resource really was Dana, certainly, and from Pennsylvania, David from Virginia, the SPROs for those states. Dana was an open book from the beginning and invited us up to her state, and we took full advantage of that. And so we sent 2 teams on 2 separate occasions. We went and witnessed what the survey looked like, and that wasn't, you know, seeing things from a classroom. We spent some classroom time talking to the people who work for Extension and seeing what it looks like from the interior management of it, of handling phone calls and emails and those kind of things. But then we went out in the field and actually saw egg masses, and, you know, got our first, you see pictures of them all the time, but seeing them in the field just looks very different. And so that was literally, I was standing in an area that was infested, and there was a branch that was a foot over my head. It was a conifer of some sort, and I looked up and it just looked like resin, and there was an egg mass within inches of my head, and I would have overlooked it if that was in my state and I was doing the survey. So it was eye-opening. And then we sent another group up to work with the teams that were doing treatments, because that's, you know, invaluable information. We wanted to make sure that in North Carolina, we weren't relying on contractors to do the work, that in that interim time from the time that there is a find until contractors can be put into place, we wanted our people to be able to be reactionary, to have everything that they need for them to go out and do the exact same thing that the contractors are doing. And so that time that you know, our people were taking notes on how things were accomplished, tools that were needed, what the day, you know, just what the days looked like, who was doing what, and what was the most effective way to be able to administer treatment. So I can't thank Dana and David enough. And on that same vein, just conversations with them, hearing what they did, that they did right, was incredibly important, but equally as important were listening to them and hearing what they did, what they wish they could have done differently, or if they could go back and do it differently. And one of the major components for both states was that there was this gap in time from the time it was found until the time they could react, and work was actually being done, and that was dangerous. And so so we learned a lot from that as well. So those were two by far our biggest resources. And then the third was, as soon as we felt like, all right, we feel pretty good about where we're headed with this, USDA offered, Joe Beckwith, our SPUD, offered to do a tabletop exercise with us, in which we included USDA, our North Carolina Forest Service, Extension, all of our NCBA folks that would be affected or be part of the initial reactionary plan. We did a tabletop exercise that helped us identify the weak areas that we never thought of, which teased out some stuff that, for instance, our tribal land and our national parks, that if it's found there, we don't have jurisdiction there. So what are we doing in those areas? So that was another additional resource that we found to be very helpful. Did I forget anything, Whitney?
No, I think you hit on all of the major points for us for sure. Thank you. So we'll move on to the next question now. So what additional words of wisdom can you offer to states who are surveying and bracing for spotted lanternfly? And Scott, if you want to start again.
Sure. And I'll thinking back to Dr. Urban's presentation, I'll say this kind of jokingly, but there seems to be something about this bug that gets people's attention. And I don't know if it's the fact that it covers trees so readily or what, but I think public engagement is important. We're here in a position where we haven't found it yet, of course, and we're working on readiness and trying to get the word out. And people really seem to be drawn to this pest, to make a weird analogy. I don't know if it's because it's showy, if they see videos from other parts of the country, they hear horror stories about it. But we get calls quite frequently about reports. They all come back negative, of course, but we look into them. But people are out there looking for it. And we've done a really good job incorporating it into some of our other forest pest outreach work. And it's right up there with EAB and gypsy moth that we have. If not, I think at this point, people want to find it. They want to be that one that finds it. Whether it's one of my staff, Greg's staff, or a citizen. So almost turning it into a game like that. But there's going to be a presentation in the outreach section during the summit that kind of highlights some of the efforts that we've done here in Illinois to kind of bolster the reporting and the citizen scientist side of things. And it probably comes as no surprise to everybody that the more eyes you can have out there looking for it, the better. The better chance you're going to have to find it and to have a fighting chance at responding early. So, aside from everything else that we've talked about today, I think the citizen engagement and the education and outreach, getting as many people out there looking for it and aware of it, is going to be that much more positive in your readiness approach and then your ability to detect and respond.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add a few things, going through ALB eradication in Illinois and for the rest of the states out there who are dealing with ALB, everyone knows that the citizen is your number one, tool for detecting these infestations. So as Scott was alluding to, just the outreach is just critical, I think, to not only SLF, but any type of detection. Early detection, better chance of eradication or management success. So I think, along with the citizen outreach, I think it's important to also keep your team engaged. So our readiness team, whenever we get together to review our plan and talk about things and kind of report out, you see that rejuvenation of efforts, and that needs to trickle down into each of our organization staff, because if you don't just re-emphasize that over and over, people are going to lose interest and you're going to lose those eyes in the field that you're getting. So I would say just to keep keep everyone engaged and get that passive awareness just flowing year round is important, because since we don't have any official program in Illinois, everything we do is passive. It's secondary to an activity that we're already doing. So I think, taking the effort just to keep everyone engaged is well worth your while.
That's an excellent point. Something to keep in mind. Chris, do you want to take over for New York? Sure.
So, I think this sort of public outreach piece is really, really important. We've had a lot of public reports in New York, and I think it's, we often say, well, we do a lot of survey. We aren't necessarily always the first ones to find it. In many cases, we're not the first ones to find it. Staten Island situation in New York was actually a survey crew with our state parks and recreation actually found that in a state park, which kind of began or gave us a clue to be looking a little bit more vigorously in that part of New York City. The other thing, I think, to Scott's point, this is a very unique looking insect. You don't have to be trained as an entomologist to have a fighting chance of identifying this one correctly. I look at, over the many years of data we have as far as citizen reports with Asian longhorn beetle. Most of those in New York come back as, when you investigate them, they come back as pine sawyer or some other thing, not as Asian longhorn beetle. But when we look at the public reports on spotted lanternfly, a high percentage of the people have it right. So I think that's really important. I also think, in sort of a funny way, and I don't think anybody's mentioned coronavirus today, which has been really refreshing, but I'll break the trend and bring it up. Awful lot of people at home observing their natural environment for the first time because they are not distracted by having to go to work or having a place to go to work. And so I think sort of their willingness to engage, as well as maybe their engagement around science. We use the word quarantine in our work every day, but how many times have you said that word prior to 2020 and people looked at you sideways like, what are you talking about? Now everybody knows that word. So I think there's a little bit of that going on as well. I think one of the things we need to be careful of is that we also don't go too far and overdo the public outreach piece and sort of wear out their welcome and have them become tone deaf to it, because then our early detection eyes are going to become more limited potentially. Again, I guess I just, one thing other thing that I wanted to say is, you have to think about this pest from a pathway standpoint. We're a big grape state, and when, if it gets into our vineyards, that's going to potentially have a huge economic impact, but it isn't necessarily going to be, the grape industry that brings it to us. Our first report of it back in probably 2016 or 2017, I think it was the fall of 16, if I'm not mistaken, that was actually in packing material on a pallet of pill bottles that were destined for a pharmaceutical plant. So if you're thinking about this from your traditional nursery inspection pathways, you're sort of limiting yourself and perhaps going to miss an opportunity to detect it early. So your outreach piece, not only the public, but also, perhaps some of your industries that are moving product in and out, and you're, understanding what's coming into your state. I didn't realize how much paint came to New York from Pennsylvania. Apparently Pennsylvania is a big paint state. And, so we found it a number of times in packing material for, gallons of paint going into the home store. So you know, don't limit yourself. Eddie?
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I'd like to echo, and I won't talk too much about it, the outreach portion of it. The state did a very good job, and they continue a good job with the social media and getting the reports in. You know, the people have really taken to that, and they've gotten a lot of reports. And while we were in Staten Island, we were able to go ahead and get a lot of reports and go out there and you know, and look into them. But during the time that we were waiting, you know, we looked at a means of conveyance of coming into the state, and one of the things was railways. So we went ahead and got a couple of our officers trained as trainers for the railways, and they were able to go ahead and train other people and try and be prepared. We figured we might have to someday end up in the rail yards and doing surveys there. So we went ahead and did that, and continue, you know, trying to train the people, as your employees, as much as possible. The more they know, the better off you are when it comes down to it. And communication is the important key with the state. With us was with the state. With the state, they had a communication open with the state parks, DEC, and other Department of Transportation. So it opened up the door and allowed us a lot of things when we finally started looking for SLF and found it, to do inspections, to get assistance. So all of that talk and working together actually laid in a good groundwork for when it came time, because all we had to do was just go ahead and tap into those resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Joy.
Well, I'm coming at the tail end of some really great words of wisdom that we've gotten from everybody. And Chris absolutely hit the nail on the head that so many people are home and they're looking for this. And we joke, but we mean it. We wish so much we could get them looking for spotted lanternfly in the same way they've been looking for murder hornet, because that would be a win for us. But we have not been quite as successful at getting citizen engagement. We tried, we've worked for our master gardeners, and we were doing lots and lots of outreach, and we'll get there. You know, this is new for our state, and they don't, you know, people don't tend to react to things until they believe it's going to directly impact them. So we're trying to tone our language to that. But you know, my words of wisdom, I genuinely believe we can't over prepare for this. We as a state were able early on to, we went ahead and purchased the chemical Transect and the herbicide that was needed as well, to have that on hand so that the day we need it. Is very expensive. Transect is about $17,000 to buy enough to make 100 gallons of product to apply. So it's not something you can just run out to Home Depot and get and have on a shelf. Even securing it in general to have the kind of funds that you would need to be able to treat right out of the gate is something that needs to be prepared for. As well as, you know, if you have staff that aren't licensed in your state to apply pesticides, jumping in front of that is really beneficial. As well as learning making sure you know the laws in your state for being able to access private property, public and private property, and making sure that you've already tackled that before SLF gets there, so you're not hitting that hurdle. And then thinking through things of like, you know, what are you going to do if you've got to start contacting homeowners and it's the middle of the day, most of them aren't home. And so Whitney and her team actually just created these really great door hangers that we developed out of a reaction. Someone reported spotted lanternfly. We were there. We're trying to catch neighbors and talk to them. Ended up being a false alarm, thank goodness. But we realized if we knocked on the door, nobody wants to answer the door now. They're, you know, between COVID concerns and just concerns about a stranger coming to your front door. Then throw in the fact that we look like government officials of some way. Those are all reasons people aren't going to answer the door for us. So just a door hanger that says, this is why we're here. And if you see this, let us know. And Whitney created 2 door hangers. One is, we came looking for this, let us know if you see it. And the other is one that we'll have in a readiness kit for if spotted lanternfly is found. we need access to your property. So kind of explaining what that looks like, what they'd be looking for, and how they could then get in contact with us during their hours that they would be available to be home, be at the phone, that kind of stuff. So just over preparation is critical, we think. And you know, we are fully aware that the only way that we're going to be able to develop any kind of truly effective management plan is to get ahead of this. And if you for every passing day, from the day that it's found, every passing day, we're getting further and further behind the insect is outrunning. So we may be having this meeting in a few years, and I'll say, well, we tried really hard, but it didn't work. But we are trying really hard to try to stay in front of it. And Whitney, have I forgotten anything else that would be words of wisdom to share?
Nope, you hit on the things I would have said. So wonderful. Well, we're going to move on to questions that are going to directly focus for New York as the only state that of this three that currently has populations of spotted lanternfly. So what is one thing you can look back on now and wish you knew or had before, or had known before spotted lanternfly came to New York?
So just one thing, huh? That's going to be hard for me. So, I mean, I guess the biggest thing that I think, you know, some of you guys know me pretty well. Some of you don't know me so well. So, you know, I came out of an academic environment, and I think one of the things that got hammered into me in that academic environment was about evaluation and how do you look at what you're doing and improve it going forward. And so I think one of the things that we perhaps could do better at is, you know, having a sense of what's out there on the horizon. What is the impact going to be? I think we've spent some time, and again, I don't mean to speak for states that went before me, so to speak, but I think we have spent some time trying to develop consensus on what the impacts of this particular invasive species is. And, you know, we saw this morning that certainly the grape issue, you know, we have documented losses there. That's why I'm at the table. That's why I'm concerned. I don't want to be having the conversation with my grape industry or with the commissioner or, you know, the governor, who's put a lot into, you know, the wine industry and the craft beverage industry in New York. So there's a lot at stake for us. So I think building that consensus and understanding the importance, I don't know that we're getting better at that. You know, the other thing that I think is important going ahead is when you know, the other thing that I heard Julie say this morning is, oh, in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, you know, they're dropping out of the trees and the outdoor restaurants and all this type of thing. My academic experience tells me when that starts happening, people are going to be calling their extension office or their State Department of Agriculture, USDA, and saying, why aren't you doing something about this? So it sort of changes the conversation and the dialogue. You know, we tend all to be reactionary rather than preparing. Had that experience with emerald ash borer. Scott mentioned that. So I just think better consensus building early on. I think there were a lot of warning signs about this, and that perhaps some opportunities were not taken early on to address it. Eddie, I'll let you dig me out of that hole.
Well, I mean, you know, one of the things I look back and wish I knew before was the treatment aspect of it all. Yeah, you know, we looked at the pesticides, we looked at a lot of different things. Excuse me. And when it came down to Staten Island, we bought our backpack sprayers, but we missed a couple of things that we needed in order to satisfy DEC to go ahead and do the treatment. So, looking back at it, we missed a perfectly good opportunity to start doing treatments during that time. If we would have done our homework just a little bit better, we would have known. I don't know if anybody knows Leo Donoval, but we used the Leo Donoval method of treatment, which was take our hand and smash them on the tree as much as we could. And that only worked for so long. But if we were, that's my big thing. If we would have actually looked at everything that we needed to look at and found out everything, we could have gone ahead and done some treatment and we, wasted an opportunity to do treatment. So please look into all the requirements. We did not look into all the requirements and were unable to go ahead and do treatment.
That is really good advice. Absolutely. So continuing from there, knowing what you know now, were there any consequential oversights or missteps in any of the planning, response, or treatment processes? I mean, Eddie just mentioned one with treatments for sure.
So yeah, I'll pick up on that theme because it's not just missed federal opportunity. There's state issues around this as well. So a couple things. One of my predecessors a number of years ago during a pretty tough budget time in New York actually, reduced the number of staff in the division who maintain their pesticide certifications. And so, of a staff of, I don't know, somewhere up in the 40s or 50s of permanent inspectors, I had at the end of last year, I had 3 certified applicators. I now have 2 certified applicators. I let my certification lapse when I went from Cornell over to Ag and Markets because I didn't think I'd need it anymore. Well, that was, my bad right there. And then, so as we began to look at that, okay, let's try to get some people recertified. Well, in New York, we have a regulatory category. And so the regulatory category, which is category 9 applicators in New York, that's for people at Ag and Markets, people maybe at USDA, foresters at our DEC, maybe sanitarians in a public health department working in public health or restaurant inspection, what have you. Category 9 manual was written by one of my predecessors in plant industry by the name of Ron Barrett. He retired in 1974, which is when I was 9 years old. So, look at the white hair up here a long time ago. So we've got this manual that, is a low demand manual that really focuses in around, at least as far as, my inspectors are concerned, it focused in on golden nematode fumigation treatments. Very important at that time. That's not how we deal with that pest anymore in New York. And then some other types of applications that are things that we just wouldn't do anymore because they're not legal. So we're in the position, and we've had great support from our DEC pesticides folks and our partners at Cornell in developing new materials. Basically pulling from more recent manuals in turf and ornamentals right away, public health, to basically build a training program so that we can get some people certified. The other thing, just in the interests of, talking a little bit about timing, is that, the other thing I think a bunch of us have been working on the last few years, depending upon how your state is configured, is, pollinator protection and what's the interaction with neonicotinoids and pollinators. That whole pesticide issue is getting an incredible amount of traction in our legislature this year. Did last year as well. It kind of got a little traction, then got overridden basically by concerns around coronavirus. That's back in our legislative session this year, talking about pesticides. We did have a bill that passed last session that does not allow for the use of glyphosate on public lands anymore. or state lands, I should say, anymore. So that's doesn't relate directly to this program, but that's the kind of environment that we're working in. And as I said before, I'm terribly afraid of the backlash regarding going out and treating for this, but I'm equally worried about the backlash of not going out and treating for it, allowing it to get established, and then facing the criticism 3-4 years down the road of why didn't you do anything? And it gets to the point, it comes down to the people who are going to criticize you for that are going to have selective memory. Go ahead, Eddie, take it away.
Thank you, Chris. Well, I already talked about it. One of our biggest missteps was the treatment process. And I'd like to say another one of our I guess in the planning response process was we formulated our own ICS team, which incorporated people with high levels of experience to people with no experience. We didn't give ourselves very much time to bring the people that didn't have any experience up to speed. So when the time came and Agri Markets and USDA joined together on the ICS team, there was a noticeable difference in knowledge and the roles in which people played. And though we worked through the kinks, we worked through all the problems. It probably would have ran a lot smoother, and there would have been less stress if we would actually done a little bit more with that ICS team and got them up to speed a little bit quicker. Again, the treatment process was the biggest mistake for us. For me, actually, did not look into it thoroughly. I thought I had checked all the boxes on that, and sure enough, there's a couple of boxes I didn't check, which kind of cost. But then it opened up a whole new reality of, how am I going to do all these requirements in New York City and try and do the treatments, and the amount of personnel and the man hours it's going to take to be able to fulfill the requirements just to do the treatment. So, it's this off season is giving me a lot to think about and to try and plan with that. I wish I would have thought about it a little bit more carefully before. But at that time, it's like we're thinking, hey, we got plenty of time. Hasn't showed up yet, so we're good. We thought, I thought it would get here in 2019. It didn't, so I thought I was good. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way because the next year we found it. So those are the two big things, in which I think were missteps on my part.
Thank you for that. It's funny, you must have known what the next question was because you pretty much just addressed it. And we have just enough time for the last question, but what has been your biggest hurdle in treating the SLF infested in your state? So anything more you want to add to that, or we can do question and answer before this session ends, either way.
I think
go ahead, Chris. No, I was just going to say on my part, what my biggest hurdle has been and what it continues to be, and you got to break up the state into two parts. The lower part of the state involving the more populated area of New York City and Westchester and Long Island versus upstate New York, which is less populated. So, our biggest problem is for us would be doing the treatment. Go ahead, Chris, sorry.
No problem, Eddie. I think I agree with you. I think, we are an environment that's highly regulated, the pesticide side of things. I think a lot of our colleagues in state departments of agriculture probably have that in their program portfolio. It's not in my program portfolio. It's in another agency, which in some respects complicates it, but in other respects, I have to say, all in all, I'm glad I don't have it, particularly right now. But I think the whole treatment thing is going to be huge. It's the logistics of doing it. It's the questions and the consequences, making sure that you're following all the New York State specific rules, which include, you know, contracts with each, for each application. It includes, you know, notification because it's a commercial application, or neighbor notification. It's a huge undertaking here. And, you know, the industry and the public have a rightful expectation that people like Eddie and I and the people that work with us, that they're going to follow the same rules as everybody else. And so the consequences of either knowingly not following the rules or somebody out in the field making a mistake are, for, you know, as far as the public perception, it's a very, very big deal. One other quick thing I want to add, that's something that we've done recently, not necessarily related to treatment, but I wish we had done it a little bit earlier, was we did pull together what we're calling a multi-agency coordinating group, which is, you know, everybody from New York City DEP up through the various state agencies, and as well as federal folks. We tried to get a catalog or an inventory of treatment resources and how many certified applicators there are, what equipment is in the state, when is it available, where is it available, that kind of thing. So I think that was a useful exercise. Wish we had done it earlier. And then the other thing we're working on is to sort of develop a sort of a decision model so that we can justify the decisions we make as far as treatment or not treatment in particular areas of the state, because my anticipation is that we probably won't have adequate resources to do everything that we would like to do.
Absolutely. Well, if y'all don't have any more to add to the questions, we have just enough time to maybe do one or two of the questions in the Q&A, and anything that we don't get to, y'all can either go in and answer, or we can do at the very end of the SLF 101 today. But there's one specifically for New York here. What was the political genesis of the New York Invasive Species Council and the PRISMs, PRISM? And then how do we all get that kind of attention?
So it's interesting. The political genesis of this goes back into the mid 90s, 1995 or 96. It's in the environmental conservation law. I don't remember what the citation is off the top of my head, but it actually goes back to a previous Republican administration that, you know, really had some traction and interest in invasive species. I think a lot of what has driven it and what drove it originally was a lot of the aquatic issues related to the Adirondacks, but also other things like hemlock woolly adelgid and what have you, and just a realization that, you know, New York, again, even though people think of us as New York City, there's a lot of natural resources here that are really, really important. And so, you know, over time, once that got into the conservation law with some requirements of having the council meet, developing the advisory committees, and building out the PRISMs, it really has taken, you know, 20 years to do that. But we're starting to see, I think, a lot of dividends from it as we mature and we get a little bit more understanding about what our authorities are in the agencies and how we can utilize and work with some of these other groups. So it's actually, for invasive species, I think it's kind of a good model for folks to take a look at.
Thank you. It looks like we have time for just about one more question. So let's see, they're all mostly about egg masses. We'll just do this one. What type of challenges have you encountered in treating egg masses, insecticides or scraping? I know we touched on this a little bit earlier, but anything that, I guess in New York specifically, you've had experience with or challenges?
Well, again, I think, you know, even for us to use the golden oil, we would need to be certified. So that's, been a challenge. As far as scraping is concerned, we have done some of that, but again, not being able to get up higher into the trees, that limits you. Certainly by doing it, I think it makes people feel a little bit better. I do think it probably has some impact on population going forward. I'm not sure if it's something you could visually quantify, but it's got all the same challenges as any other application for us, quite frankly.
I'll add on to that. I remember a really interesting stat from the SLF Summit last year that 85% of egg masses are laid 9 meters or higher in trees. And I don't know if that stat still holds true, but that was really shocking to hear how many egg masses are truly laid high enough in trees that we just can't reach them or see them that easily. Yep. Thank you. Well, we really don't have much time left, so the other questions can be answered either by typing in, or as I said, we can do them much later in the session. But thank you all so much. This has been really a good, informative discussion, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you for moderating that, Whitney. I appreciate it. Let's shift right over into the understanding permits and quarantines section. So David, are you ready? There you are. All right.
Yes. Yes, I am ready. I will coach this all with saying I finished this presentation today. So if you find a misspell or a typo, that's likely to be there. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and let me know if you can see the presentation.
Looks good.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Giannino, and I'm the State Plant Regulatory Official for the Commonwealth of Virginia. I work in the Virginia Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, and I manage the Office of Plant Industry Services. I've been working with spotted lanternfly not too long, since about 2018, when Virginia was graced with its active and expanding population. We do have an active quarantine in Virginia, and I'm not going to go over specifics about our quarantine in general today, but I will be going over quarantines. Joining me in presenting today is Dana Rhodes, and I'm sure she would like to introduce herself as well.
Thanks, David. Thank you all. I am Dana Rhodes. I'm the SPRO for the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, and I became familiar with spotted lanternfly in 2014. So I'm really excited to be here and to share what I can. And David has done a great job working on quarantines and permitting for the National Plant Board. And, really glad to have him working with us as we're trying to find solutions.
Thanks, Dana. So this presentation today is really going to focus on understanding the spotted lanternfly quarantine and then the permitting process that's associated with the quarantine. So we'll go ahead and get started, and I'm going to outline the topics that we're going to cover through this presentation. So we're going to begin with what the goal of the spotted lanternfly quarantine is. I'm going to talk and provide some information on, as Dana alluded to, some resource documents, model quarantine, and some permitting questions. Those are available. Then we're going to kind of talk about what articles or commodities are covered under this quarantine and what makes it a challenge. Then we're going to go over permitting specifically, and then talk about enforcement of a quarantine, and then the challenges associated with enforcing those quarantines. And then lastly, we'll have some time at the end of the presentation for some question and answers. So to get started, let's talk about the goals. What is the goal of a spotted lanternfly quarantine? The ultimate goal is to restrict the movement of spotted lanternfly and then of other articles that are also capable of moving spotted lanternfly. What the quarantine does is it establishes a process for businesses from quarantined areas to become permitted to move those articles. And that's, they have to follow certain safeguarding requirements in order to move those articles. And then whether you're establishing an exterior quarantine versus an internal quarantine or a combination of the both, they kind of serve different purposes. So the exterior quarantine, which there's a model for that, and I'll get to that later, is really to prevent the introduction of that either article or spotted lanternfly. And then the internal is obviously to prevent the movement of spotted lanternfly within your state. So now we've kind of talked a little bit about what the quarantine does, what the goals are, who's covered under the quarantine. I'm going to focus this on businesses versus individuals. And the spotted lanternfly quarantine actually does cover both businesses and individuals, specifically in the language. And those individuals would be those who are not conducting business. But to start with businesses, the quarantine really is focused on those that are moving articles from regulated areas or the quarantine to unregulated areas, so outside of the quarantine. Businesses are required to obtain a permit under the quarantine, and the permit it has some associated requirements, but ultimately just having the permit's not enough. Businesses have to ensure that articles are free from the spotted lanternfly. And it has to be free of spotted lanternfly before it leaves the quarantine. That's a critical piece. In addition to permits, under the quarantine, it also allows businesses to participate with compliance agreements with the Department of Ag who's administering that quarantine. But I'll go into the challenges with compliance agreements later, just for sheer volume purposes. Now, individuals, as I mentioned, are also regulated under the quarantine. And just for examples of individuals who would not be conducting business, citizens, visitors to your state, travelers like campers, they all could potentially be moving either firewood or their RVs or different articles into unregulated areas, and they could have come from a quarantined area. So it's challenging to get them engaged, as you've heard previously, mainly because it's a large amount of people that we would have to reach. So under the quarantine, though, individuals like those citizens or visitors, they're also required to inspect those articles. So they need to be looking and making sure that those things are free from spotted lanternfly. There are some great tools that are out there right now. Just as an example, in the middle bottom part of this picture is an app that was developed by a family in Pennsylvania, and it's Squisher. You can track how many spotted lanternfly you kill. So it's a public engagement tool. Billboards are another really good tool that through the quarantine, we need to reach people who are traveling or driving that aren't necessarily, we don't have a better method to communicate with them. On the bottom right is also another picture that's on a train, public transit. I will go ahead and say these are from Google, so I'm not sure which state these are in, but I love the fact that it's right there and available for people to see front and center, getting people engaged. So again, we need to be getting this message out to people because we want them all to make sure that they're not moving spotted lanternfly. However, under the quarantine, individuals are not required to obtain a permit. So I think this is a big question that I get a lot when I'm giving quarantine talks or education to our businesses, and through extension is always, are individuals required to get a permit? Under our quarantine, they're not, and under the model quarantine, they need to conduct an inspection and document that inspection. Piece of paper, checklist, and it needs to accompany that article. So now we've talked about who is being regulated. Who does the quarantine cover? I wanted to just kind of update everybody on the current quarantines that are out there for spotted lanternfly. So pictured on the right is the current, as of February 12th. So this is the most recent map from the stopslf.org website. And this is managed by New York State's IPM program, and really thankful for them for managing this and uploading all this data. So you can see the active quarantines. I'm going to put up some stars here. These are the states that have active quarantines for spotted lanternfly. They all have stars next to their name. I think it's 6 states in total. And then we also have 2 other states that I'm aware of that are pending establishing quarantines. If there are others that I might have missed, I apologize, but these are the ones that I'm aware of. So California and Ohio are working on their quarantine. Should be coming soon. So, and then I think this is also something I just want to take a moment and pause and say, we as regulators are really good at communicating with each other and with, our agencies that we work with, where spotted lanternfly is, how much it's spread. But a big challenge is communicating this to those industries and homeowners or citizens and individuals, because we don't have a good method, a unified method to communicate. With National Plant Board, we can email the entire group, we can email regions, we have each other's individual emails, but it's really tough to get that information out to everyone. So extension, and as was said just in the previous discussion, being prepared, putting outreach materials out early on, putting stuff in your travel centers if available, getting the word out and getting engagement is really critical to get that buy-in / acknowledgement and noticeability of spotted lanternfly. So let's see. Yeah, all right, so we're gonna move on now from quarantines, unless Dana, do you have anything else you want to say about this in particular?
No, I think you did a nice job with it, David.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna keep rolling then. All right, so as Dana mentioned earlier, the National Plant Board established a working group for spotted lanternfly, and this kind of was born out of the previous experiences where it's difficult managing invasive insect pests with multiple state quarantines, where there might not be a unified or a federal quarantine yet. So in order to kind of eliminate nuances or isolated and hard to manage requirements, the National Plant Board established this working group in October of 19. And the working group had 8 National Plant Board members, 2 members from each region. And the working group was charged with developing documents that would better equip member states with developing either their quarantines or for spotted lanternfly, or just better handle spotted lanternfly as part of a readiness toolkit, if you will. This is kind of challenging because obviously the documents, they need to be consistent and ensure that there's consistency across quarantines. They're reasonable, so states need to be in agreement with what is covered under the quarantine. But also not only that, but it provides that safe pathway for commerce. We're treating business the same, we're treating individuals the same, and we're putting everyone on a level playing field. So a little bit about the timeline. Approximately a year ago at the previous summit in 2020, National Plant Board held a breakout session, and since October 2019 to March 2020, the group had worked on several documents. We presented those documents, especially the exterior quarantine. In May of 2020, we finalized a model exterior quarantine for spotted lanternfly. And then in October, we uploaded and worked on another document which answers questions about the permitting process. Those are all on the National Plant Board's website. And if you go there under documents and policies, if you actually just hover your mouse over the documents and policies, it'll come up with this drop-down menu, and it's right there, spotted lanternfly model quarantine. And then at this page, you can see the 3 documents that are available to download. There's a Word and a PDF for the quarantine in case the state needs to put it into their own formatting. All right, so now that we all know where to find those quarantine resources, I briefly wanted to talk about the articles and commodities that are specifically covered under these quarantines. However, the list is very extensive, so I'm not going to go over each and every single article. What I am going to do is talk about what are the challenges with the articles that are covered. So if you can imagine, just as a subset grouping of types of commodities and articles, we've got pallets, shipping containers, trucks, apple crates, stone, and the biggest thing and the most challenging thing, not only for us, is figuring out these pathways, but also how do we regulate these industries that we're not typically regulating? It's pretty difficult. So making connections now with either construction groups, trucking associations, and even businesses really to look at their pallet stacks and say, how am I supposed to inspect this? Or wood chips, is this an actual regulated article? How do I inspect, or how do I make sure that that is free? Another really critical piece is railways, trucking, modes of transportation. These are big industries and really hard to break into. So if you have opportunities to start laying that groundwork now, if you're thinking about a quarantine, it's definitely better to do it earlier rather than later, because it takes considerable amounts of time to try and work with those industries. But ultimately, for businesses, it's a challenge for them to look at some of those articles and figure out logistically, I have to move every single apple crate, look underneath and inspect for spotted lanternfly as part of the permitting process. And it is a challenge, but it also serves as a tool for those industries to take steps to slow spotted lanternfly. I have not heard of one business that ever wants to be the one responsible for moving an invasive pest. So I know it's a challenge, and I know that this is also a tool for our industries that are moving products to get engaged. All right, so now we've gone over articles, tons of different articles that are included in the quarantine, and I encourage everyone to go read that so that you can start learning pathways as well. And a real big frequent question that we get when we're talking with businesses and industries are, all right, so you've told me all those articles, how am I supposed to move those articles out of the quarantine? How am I going to continue business? The answer is the permit. Just to kind of briefly start, my understanding is that there are 3 states who are actively issuing permits. Those are Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Delaware. If there are other states, again, I apologize if I left you out, but you can definitely let me know and I'll add it to my next presentation. And just as examples, these are what the permits look like. I know Pennsylvania's has initially started with the really nice hang tags on the right. And I'm not sure if they're still issuing those. Dana, you can address that if you want. But my point with this is there are a variety of different ways that permits look. However, what they do is the same. They require that businesses follow practices and they register with the state. They've taken a training, and the permit kind of acts as the responsibility, saying, I, as a permit holder, will do these things. A critical point to the permitting system is that other states accept permits. So, for instance, if a business in Virginia has a Pennsylvania permit, they don't need a Virginia permit, or they don't need a Delaware permit. That it prevents businesses from having 6 different state permits, because there's consistency among the permitting process. And that process is, there are requirements to obtain that permit. Initially, a business representative has to take training. They have to train their staff. They need to conduct inspections on articles, and they have to take steps to mitigate if they find spotted lanternfly. There's a record keeping component. They have to document inspections and maintain those inspection records. And then they have to maintain and keep the permit with the article as it moves to its destination. And that's all to make sure that businesses are taking active roles in preventing spreading spotted lanternfly. So why permitting? Why are we using that as our tool? And Dana, I am gonna pass this to you at the end here, but just as a really big portion as to why the permitting is the tool for the quarantine, it's a big component is volume of businesses affected. Because so many industries are impacted by this quarantine, just as an example, Pennsylvania permits are issued to more than 26,000 businesses. I think the permit number is over 1.1 million, the amount of permits issued to individuals, but businesses, there are more than 26,000 businesses affected. And so you can imagine writing 26,000 compliance agreements. I don't think anyone wants to do that, or has the staff or the resources to do that. But the permitting process gives that ability to do a large volume of businesses and a wide variety of businesses while maintaining consistent requirements. Again, another reason is because there are so many articles that are affected. It makes sure that all of them are being treated the same way. Businesses are taking the same steps regardless of the type of article, but they're all taking the same steps. They have to apply it to their business model, but it's consistent. And then also the permitting allows for enforcement. So when we talk about regulatory follow-ups, permitting requires that they register with the state and provide information that we can contact them. And also they're keeping documentation. Renewals or expirations of those, it keeps businesses engaged throughout the year. And then it allows us to be able to complete surveys and follow up and make sure that they're ensuring the quarantine because they have to have a permit. Just as an example, Virginia has a Survey 123 app that we kind of came up with to go in and do conduct an inspection with a business, and we follow certain steps to make sure that do you have your permit, what's your permit number, and we input that data and we use it as a compliance and documentation of that compliance. So Dana, I don't know if you have anything else you want to add here as to why the permitting system is there and why we use it.
Sure, thanks, David. There are so many people that move in and out of our states anymore. You know, it is a world market at this point, and we recognize that. So we needed a mechanism that could teach people what they needed to look for. And as David said, the numbers are overwhelming when you start looking at the number of businesses, the number of trucks that are on the road, air carriers, rail cars. It just started blooming out of control. And we knew that we could not issue compliance agreements for each and every one. But then the permit system does allow for teaching and to raise awareness. And that's what this is all about. When we raise people's awareness, they begin to look. And that's what we want them to do. We want them to take a moment to look for spotted lanternfly before they move forward, before they move out of the quarantine areas. And that is how this permit is designed. You know, we talk about that they have to keep records. Well, one of the records is an inspection record. And this is where, for those of you who know me, thank comes in. Because when you're talking to a business, they become very overwhelmed very quickly about, what do you mean I have to take the time to do this? Do you know I've got another piece of paper I have to fill out? No. For trucking industry, they have to do a safety inspection on those trucks before they leave. When they hook up a trailer, they have to do a safety inspection. So they need to incorporate looking for spotted lanternfly when they are doing that inspection. And when you start breaking that down to businesses, they begin to say, oh, I do this. I can work this one other element in. I get it. And they begin to have the buy-in, which is, again, what we need. We need their buy-in to make this program work. And, you know, for the permitting program for Pennsylvania, you know, David mentioned over 26,000 businesses have participated, and that's in all states. Pennsylvania has the most permits issued to businesses. Illinois is second. So kudos to you, Scott. Your state is out there, but you also know that you have a high industry with a lot of trucking companies coming to Chicago. So that's good. We're spreading that word. When you look at the fact that it is over 1 million permits are issued to individuals, well, think about those that didn't get a permit, because the people who are loading the trucks, they don't need a permit, but they're trained. So we have well over 1 million people looking for spotted lanternfly that have gone through a process that the state has determined. And given that we are all trying to accomplish the same thing, coming together and creating the permit system and the quarantine system, I think is the right move forward for states. We've not had to do this on any other level before. So, you know, it's like gypsy moth. It's they can lay on anything. So let's put the message out. And that's what the permit is designed to do, to raise that awareness and to get them looking. Thanks, David.
Thank you, Dana. All right. So now that a business, let's just take as an example, a business has been permitted and they've gone through the training and they're getting ready to conduct their inspection. Now we come to, how does the state enforce that quarantine? Enforcement's likely going to vary across states, and that's based on resources, authority, and support that they get from upper management. But as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be important to have an active presence to ensure that we as regulators are taking those steps to enforce the quarantine. You know, we can't just put up a quarantine and then abandon it and say, all right, they'll do what they're supposed to do. Well, that might not be the case. So for this slide, what I'm just going to really briefly do is walk through what we at VDAX do for our enforcement. And again, kind of take this with a grain of salt that it may be different in your state or in other states that have quarantines currently. So I think the biggest thing that we did first was we had an intense training with our staff, because they're really going to be the ones who are out there enforcing and making sure, hey, checking in with businesses. So this was an extensive training. We set up a room where we got together. We went over the quarantine document itself, almost line by line. We talked about the permitting process, how businesses, what they need to do, what it looks like. That way, when they run into a business that has a question, they can answer those questions. Then we set up scenarios. So what happens when you run into a business that doesn't have the permit? Well, what happens when you have a business run you out of the store? Some stuff like that. And then we had a protocol that we established, how many times we go back to visit or what we do at this stage. And then we made sure that our staff really understood the law and the quarantine so that they knew what authority they had. Enforcement also includes tracebacks and trace forwards. So we actively do that. And as part of the quarantine, you want to make sure that you're tracing when people break the quarantine, so you can trace that back to them. Or if something comes back, you can work with them to say, all right, you need to have this documentation and you don't, and here's how you can work better towards getting that. This could also include, stop selling product if they're not taking the right steps. So just as a real brief walkthrough, and as an example, visit the businesses inside the quarantine. We would inquire about their business model and if they would need to be permitted, discuss the quarantine with that business owner. And then we communicate those requirements. We can show them exactly how to inspect those articles and what those conditions are. And if they don't have their permit at the time, schedule a follow-up. It's critical, because when you say, I will be back in a week, or I will be back in 2 weeks, it puts their feet to the fire. Document everything, which is really critical. If you continually have, non-compliance, we has for a couple of times brought in our USDA partner and said, all right, it's either you're going to get the compliance, work with the permit, start inspecting, or we're going to basically stop the movement, which ultimately will lead to the stop sale of products if they're not cooperating. So it's just a real high level example. Lastly, I want to talk about challenges of the quarantine. I know I'm getting close to time. So a big challenge are the regulated articles. We get questions all of the time. Are my water bottles that I store inside my business an article? Well, no, but it's your truck that delivers those water bottles. So it's pretty difficult it takes a lot of time defining those articles and working with businesses. So just be prepared if you do establish a quarantine to have a good idea of what an article is. And then again, there are so many different types of articles. It's a lot of opportunity for spread. Business compliance is always a challenge. The more active you are with that business, we've gotten some pretty good buy-in. Some businesses, it's almost like talking to a brick wall. Others are willing and ready to chomp at the bit to squash some spotted lanternfly and do what they need to do to take a permit. High-risk pathways of movement, IDing those, and I have shutting down here. It's not likely you're going to shut down the railroad, but what I mean is you're identifying that pathway and you're saying, all right, these are the steps that pathway that we can either take, or we can get that business to start saying, we're shutting down the movement of spotted lanternfly by taking these steps. So those are pretty critical. So learn those high-risk pathways ahead of time. Engagement we talked about this one earlier, individuals who are not business, moving if not for business. Resources, that's always a challenge, money and staff. Those states that have quarantines, I know there are lots of states that are getting USDA funding. That funding may or may not be around for forever, so obviously we have a challenge with our state of supporting treatments because of where we are with our funding at the state level. So that USDA funding is critical. Which leads right into partners and partnerships. Get really have good communications with other agency partners or organizations, start talking at meetings. It's harder to make those relationships when you're running a program and trying to catch up and you're running on a treadmill. So if you can establish those relationships now, the better off you'll be. And then really know the authority and law of that quarantine. If you don't have that backbone of the quarantine or the law behind you, it's pretty difficult to come in and make sure that businesses are doing what they're doing. I'm sure there are other challenges that I'm missing. I know that I have 2 minutes left, so I think what we're going to do is just, unless Dana, you have anything else, I have this question slide up, but this is the question that I want to ask to Spotted Lanternfly. Why are you the way that you are? Other questions that I found were, can I make one thing? God says, okay. Satan says, all right, here you go. And then the last question is, why would Bernie sit under all those Spotted Lanternfly? So those are not really the questions that I'm open for questions, as I'm sure you are as well, Dana.
Oh, absolutely. I just want to point out that for Pennsylvania, we do roadside inspections. That's something that New York had as part of their routine inspections anyway. So thank them for giving us the idea to move that forward. And we have the authority to issue citations, which we will start doing this year. So thank you.
Well, thank you, David and Dana. I think, yeah, I can always count on you, David, for some humor at the end. I think this is one of those pests where we kind of say, is this thing ever going to give us a break? Everything it throws at us seems to be a significant challenge, and I know we're still early in dealing with it, but hopefully research and time will give us some good breaks moving forward. But speaking of breaks, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and wrap up the day. I did see a comment that came in. And I was thinking maybe we'll address that in the panel discussion afterwards. So, and I think, yeah, there's a question in there about staffing for Pennsylvania and Virginia. So maybe you guys can take care of that in the question and answer section, and we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I think we'll get going on the final session of the day, the panel discussion with those state plant regulatory officials who are in the club, so to speak. So if you look at your agendas, I think we'll try and just keep this as it's presented on the agenda. So we have Kimberly Rice from Maryland, Joe Zoltowski from New Jersey, Christopher Logue from New York, Dana Rhodes from Pennsylvania, and Stephen House from Delaware. Many familiar names we've heard from already today. But what we're trying to cover or hoping to cover during this session is kind of what we touched on a little earlier during the other readiness discussion, but kind of looking back, what you wish you knew, what if you could have done something different. So we'll let this roll, and if there's time for questions at the end, great. We can have open discussion. We can kind of see where it goes, but we'll give everyone an opportunity to kind of tell their story first. And I did want to mention that David Giannino from Virginia would be another state that has a quarantine, but he gave his story in the previous session. And he had a new employee starting today, I believe, so we gave him a break on this one. But without further ado, I'll kick it over to Kimberly in Maryland. Kimberly, take it away.
Great, thanks, Scott. So we didn't really join the club until about 2018. So we found our first adult on a sticky ban in October of 2018, and then the fun really started the next year. So we knew really what was coming. Pennsylvania is our neighbor. We had been talking to Dana. Delaware had it. New Jersey had it. So we felt fairly prepared, although I don't think you're ever really prepared. But we thought we were kind of headed in the right direction. We had a lot of information. We, of course, didn't know exactly where it would show up, but it showed up in our northeast corner of the state, which borders Pennsylvania and Delaware, exactly where it should have shown up. So that was kind of good for us. And we started there. I guess a couple of things that we wish we had known. First is that we wish we had known more about the impacts of hitchhikers. I mean, everyone talked about it. We knew it was there. But it certainly contributed probably to some of what we were finding, especially the railroads and the highways. We were finding it more so even now. If we had known ahead of time, we probably would have spent a little more time surveying those areas, looking in those sites. And I think we should have really spent more time working with like our specialty crop growers, reaching out more to our grape growers, our orchard and vineyards. We were working on that, but if it's not right in their face, sometimes they're just not that interested. So while we're out there trying to do that, we felt like we probably should have tried harder. And of course, there's always issues with the hiring and the funding. It comes, it shows up, it takes time. And so while we had a staff of 2 or 3 in the beginning, certainly a staff of 10 would have been more helpful. But I think those were sort of our main challenges and still are challenges that we deal with today. So that's kind of what I have for Maryland.
Thank you, Kim. I'll keep an eye on the questions and see if anything comes in for the presenters specifically. But let's keep moving on to Joe in New Jersey. Joe.
All right. So good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Director of Division of Plant Industry, New Jersey Department of Ag. Our mission is to protect forest crops and the environment, plant resources from exotic invasive insects, of which lanternfly, of course, we all know, and you guys know now, is a denizen of the deep that we have to control. We got into the game, like Kimberly said, a few months before her, I guess, in 18, ours was in July when we first found it. And we quarantined 3 counties in the northwest section of the state, right across the river from Pennsylvania. And since then, we've expanded the next year. I think a year later, we expanded to 8 counties in the state because of the populations that we were finding. And we started out staffing wise, 18, we had 12 people, 6 state, 6 federal. 19, we jumped to 20 state, 8 federal, 28. And now we're up to 48, 27 state and 21 federal. So the first thing I learned was every insect is different. It's not like Asian longhorn beetle. These guys, because of their amazing hitchhiking abilities of any kind of stage, and even counting egg masses, railroad yards, if you have egg masses on sidings and they're parked at a railroad yard, they're going to hatch out. They don't care what state they're in. They're going to hatch out and move on. So they hitchhike prolifically, like you guys have already been told, I'm sure. So you can never, have enough staff. They're not lazy. They move around rapidly. And so because of that, you would never have enough staff. And then the funding goes with the staff. So funding is a key thing, staff is a key thing, and your ability to hire quickly or granted things aren't quick, but we rely a lot on bioaids, temporary people from employment agencies that will train to go out, and their job is to work outside every day looking for nymphs, adults, scraping egg masses this time of year, doing property assessments. So they're doing all the protocols that we can do to ramp up for treatments that we would start in the spring. So those are critical things for sure. Currently, we have over 924,000 acres in our project. That's in the 8 counties. And treatments, we have 22,000 acres over that on 584 properties. And we've destroyed so far about 33,000 egg masses. So other things to consider, and like David was kind of hinting at, and Kimberly was kind of hinting at with the commodity groups, is you can put a lot of outreach in there and you kind of have to simplify the message. You have to kind of make it memorable. You know, you can give them all the science in the world, and if it's long and drawn out, you are not going to have their attention. They have the attention span of a gnat, you know, so you have to kind of make it quick and to the point. And we were naive in 18, you know, see it, report it to help us get more eyes out there, get the public's involvement. Oh, we see it here, we see it here. And because of the hitchhiking activity, we were kind of playing whack-a-mole, getting sent all over the place, trying to find these hitchhiking things, which we investigated all of them. But we found a lot of it was through hitchhiking activities. But the populations were still developing on our border, on our western border. And so all our staff's time and the federal time was spent doing those kind of surveys, grid surveys, residential property surveys, and Tree of Heaven's everywhere too. And the protocols, you know, we're looking at Tree of Heaven. So Tree of Heaven, no one, no forester in his right mind would ever map out Tree of Heaven. And it's pretty much anywhere you think you don't have it, well, you do. And you probably have a lot of it, you know. And so that doesn't help anything either. So there's a lot of things that you don't know, and you probably will never know at the end of this, but it makes it difficult to say the least. We did our outreach. We reached out to all our legislatures. We did targeted social media, Facebook, Instagrams. We set up a hotline. We set up email accounts so people could send pictures and send us emails and stuff. And even staffing alone on the outreach side, there never seems to be enough people. You know, we get a couple thousand emails in, you know, in the height of the summer when they're fourth instars and adults and they're really noticeable, we get flooded. You know, people don't really notice egg masses now. We don't get a whole lot of calls on those, a couple, but it dies off and it starts slow because they don't recognize the first 3 instars because they're hard to see. They're small, they're black with little white dots. Maybe a homeowner might spot something at their garden if the weather's white. But once they get larger and more red and noticeable, we get flooded with calls. And so you never seem to have enough staff just to answer those emails. And then you get political repercussions by not answering the emails promptly, right? And answering the phone calls promptly. So you need staff for that. So staffing, that's a key thing. Being able to get money, get your legislatures involved. We tried doing that here. They were interested, but in low populations, there wasn't a direct impact to any of these people. They heard about it from us. They saw it on our websites. They heard about it from other states, but they didn't see any impacts, like huge populations crawling all over their trees. We reached out to the commodity groups. They were similar. They weren't seeing any impacts, or their concerns were not very high on this insect. Things have changed. Now they are. Now our populations are starting to increase there. So now everyone's scrambling to get on board. So we had to change our message from, in the outreach world, from see it, report it, to see it, stomp it, report it. And I think you ought to start there. If you're trying to do an outreach thing, don't just have it, see it, report it, because people will call you up and feel nice, warm, and fuzzy that they reported it, they did their due diligence to whatever state you're in, you know, and saving your state from this invasion. We need them to do more because of the staffing issue. You know, if they could squish it, they could spray it, they could treat it. That's 100 or 1,000 less than your staff's got to go find and then do treatments on. So that would help too. And even in the outreach thing, we've since then moved to aerial banners to get there's probably the non-resident populations. We live in a beach state, and people come from all over to use our beaches and inadvertently, you know, move insects over. We found some in Atlantic City, no populations, but we had sightings in Atlantic City because people are going to the casinos and they're hitchhiking on their cars. So we did aerial banners to educate them. Obviously, you know, you do the billboards up and down the highways, reach out to commodity groups, any kind of industries. Industries can be anything as simple as construction companies that have equipment in one state that might have an infestation and they're doing work in your state. Well, they could be moving, you know, numbers of eggs and even adults and nymphs through their equipment just to do their jobs. You got to reach out to anybody. You know, we have carnivals that go to different states and they have their rides that they move, and they could be harboring and moving these things too. So, you know, you close your eyes and pretty much you kind of have to somehow notify everybody. And that's easier said than done. And how you do that, we have not learned that yet. We keep trying, but, you know, we do our best. And I don't think anybody has that time or staff or money to do any of that kind of stuff too. But you need to get that public support in seeing it and helping you control it is the best way to go. And what else do I got? One other thing, and I kind of lost my page, lost my spot. Yeah, just kind of make your message memorable for the outreach part. I think keep it short to the sweet because of the attention span of the people, of anybody you're dealing with, even legislators. They're not above the law. They don't remember anything. Second sentence, they don't remember it. They just want bullet points, so give it to them in bullet points if you can. Make it memorable. Tell them the impacts. Same with your websites. Try to keep them, as we're in the process of redeveloping our Spotted Lanternfly website, to make it more user-friendly, to make it more attractive to the public, because our standard issue ag websites are kind of boring. Lots of information's there, lots of pictures are there. People aren't going to read the second paragraph. They'll read that first paragraph, and that's all they're going to remember, So that's what I have. And I'll obviously, if your state does not have a good rapport with your USDA counterparts that are involved in this, develop that relationship, because that is key. You need their assistance in both, forget the financial end of things for cooperative agreements, but for surveys and controls, they're a great resource to keep, in your back pocket and work hand in hand with. That's all I got.
Thanks, Joe. I think you brought up a pretty cool point about going back to the tree of heaven and trying to find out where they are. When we were dealing, when you're talking about something like thousand cankers disease, it's pretty easy to go out and ask foresters where the walnuts are, because they're like, oh yeah, we know where all the walnuts are, but nobody seemed to know where tree of heaven was. And we had to use kind of a creative workaround and go to invasive plant folks to get maps of where those distributions are. And even then, those maps were relatively incomplete or underreported. So once spotted lanternfly kind of came to the forefront, and people started to make that connection and association with tree of heaven, we started to get a lot more of that map filled in. And of course, Illinois is completely covered now. But yeah, kind of being creative and thinking about where you might need to get that information to be helpful early on could also be an important thing to do. So thanks for bringing that up, but that really hadn't come up yet today. And I thought that was a good point. So thank you for that. Moving on, Chris, not to beat a dead horse, but I know you've already touched on this, but I'll pass it over to you here.
Yeah, thanks. So just a comment on the Ailanthus distribution. Our experience in New York was a little bit different in that through the prisms and through IMAP, I wouldn't say we had complete data, but there was at least a data set. It is a plant that the people who are concerned about invasive plants in the environment are reporting on. And so what I would say is that we also have plants on our invasive plant list here in New York, and probably others do as well, that if you are of a certain age, you might have learned about them as part of your woody ornamentals class, and so they're no longer in favor. Not that Ailanthus was on that list, but my point being is I think at times there has been perhaps some friction between the nursery industry and invasive plant, interests. And in this particular case, the invasive plant interests had some really good information to help us with our work. I don't know that I was very eloquent about how I put that together, but what I should say is we were very fortunate to have that relationship and be able to access that information. Yeah, I think I've talked a lot already today. The only other thing that I would just throw into the mix here is that I think the many ways that this can come to your state I think we knew that in New York. I don't think we thought we were going to experience several of them in a couple of months time period, right? So as Joe said, we don't often know exactly how something gets to our state. But I think when I look at, when we look at Staten Island or Port Jervis, perhaps that's sort of a natural spread sort of a thing that has happened. When I look at Ithaca, which is a couple 100 miles away and way upstate, that makes me think about a hitchhiker. When I look at one of our other areas in New York, which is Sloatsburg, that's the first rest stop on the thruway north of New York City. Makes me think about a hitchhiker. So I think you need to be looking in a lot of different places and different conveyances. And I think a lot of times with other pests that we've dealt with, you've been looking at a couple of different conveyances and a couple of different regulated articles, ash logs on a truck going to a sawmill, firewood, what have you. So I think this is a little bit more complex, and you just have to keep that in mind as you're formulating your response. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Chris. And I think that's a good reiteration, from all the pests that we deal with, the parallel to gypsy moth has been made just because of the way it moves, the artificial movement with the egg masses and the multiple commodities and conveyances. And that's obviously kind of a recurring theme with the challenges that this pest provides. So continuing on, let's go over to Dana. I think Dana might have a unique perspective, being the first to find it. But looking back, Dana, is there anything you wish you knew back in 2014?
Oh, there are so many things I wish I knew, Scott, that I know now. And I'm happy to say that we have actually taken some action to kind of put some things into place that should help us be better prepared for the next one. And there will be a next one. We all know that. Our secretary recognized that, we're being very reactive. And so one of the things he did was he went to our governor, and the governor and the legislator, they agreed we need a rapid response fund. So we have dedicated funding now for the state to be able to quickly move into situations where we might have a new invasive come into Pennsylvania. Currently we receive state funding for that. We get $3 million for spotted lanternfly from the state. And I know that that is a huge luxury, especially in these times right now. But our secretary and the governor saw the importance of that, and it's there. It may be spotted lanternfly today, it may be avian influenza tomorrow, or it might be the swine flu. Whatever is next, we now have a dedicated line item in our budget for that. And so I think that that is a good thing that has been established. Certainly the partnerships, they are strong, solid partnerships at this point, and we're really grateful. We find ourselves when we're dealing with a new issue going, oh, well, what we need to do is that communication strategy like we did for spotted lanternfly for this group. So we keep referring back to spotted lanternfly as a moment where we all came together. And when I say we all, that's Penn State, PDA, and USDA. And that partnership, it continues to be strong. We have regular calls with Penn State and USDA, where we're talking about many of the items that are going on in each of those agencies and determining where we can support each other and assist. So that's a key element that we recognized and we've incorporated. And I'm sorry, there have been so many good points that have been going on through the day. I may be rambling because I was adding notes as we were going through. Chris talked about and Joe talked about the Ailanthus and mapping it. It is important to kind of know where they are. But the other thing to know about Ailanthus is not everybody thinks it's a weed. Okay, not everybody considers it to be an invasive pest. One of the things that we found out, Amazon offers Ailanthus seed for sale. Go figure. So our Noxious Weed Act allowed us to put Ailanthus on the noxious weed because that's the only way Amazon would stop selling seed to Pennsylvania residents. So you need to explore, and if Elanthus is something that you want to look at reducing the numbers, make sure you cover all aspects of that. Would be one thing we did learn and move forward with. I think certainly this is a moment where all of us, the National Plant Board and USDA, need to learn. There are going to be instances moving forward. USDA cannot quarantine every pest that hits our shores. They're not capable of doing that. So how can states come together to work as a team to put up model language for quarantines, model instances for a permit or a compliance program? We have got to bind together and move forward, because we will still have industries depending on us for trade. So how do we make that work? How are we better prepared for these instances coming in? Outreach is absolutely essential. Joe talked about it. And yes, you're going to have find multiple avenues in messaging. And I know a lot of different industries I did not know in 2014. But hey, it's been a great learning experience. Also keep in mind your local municipalities. The more local you make the responsibility and the action that you need, more local, communities get it. The community that this was found in, they were so ticked off that this insect determined that that's where it wanted to establish. So get community buy-in, and the only way you can do that is to work with your municipalities, which makes it easier for your survey and treatment folks. Because you've got strangers walking around the neighborhoods. Well, if the municipalities put it out, hey, don't be surprised. This is what they're going to dress in. We made that very clear. When you see a PDA or a USDA person, they have a vest that identifies they are working on spotted lanternfly. They have an ID badge. They are not going to do these certain things. They're not going to ask you for money. They're not going to show up in all different types of vehicles. They're going to be in a state vehicle or a federal vehicle. So let the public know what it is you look like. Give them pictures for that. Pictures are very important. The call center, Jay touched on that, and he's going to talk about it a little bit more. That's another critical piece for us, because it not only gives us insight as to where new outcroppings may be coming up, but it also helps us kind of gauge where high populations are within the quarantine area. Helps us to try and focus where we need to start looking in the spring for egg mass hatching, so that we can take earlier steps to do treatment. The call center also, like Joe said, people want a response. And if they're not getting a response from you, they get irritated and they start calling, their representatives. But I can tell you from Pennsylvania's point of view, we tried to do it in-house just with a staff of 2. And we had a backlog of over 17,000 calls and emails. We could not get through them. The call center takes a lot of that pressure off of us, and we now can dedicate people to survey and treatment where they need to be to slow the spread and to stop spotted lanternfly. Look at dedicated emails, dedicated phone numbers, work with Extension, work with your land-grant university to see if they can assist you. Communication is what they do. Outreach is what Extension does. They are your strongest allies there. They know these different ag communities, and they can help insert your message into their programs. We had a question about, how do you engage the teachers and kids? We did a calendar contest. Very simple. And we broke it up into different age groups. Kids get it. They are sponges. The teachers teach them the message. The kids take the message. And my daughter called me and she said, Mom, I'm hiking on a mountain here, and I just want you to know that I heard a kid going, kill it, kill it, kill it. And the dad's going, what is your problem? And the kid goes, no, it's a spotted lanternfly. You have to kill it. So the kids get it. They share the message. And they are the next of us to be in our position. So teach them the importance of the invasives and what they can actually do to help. Let's see. We talked about, people, industries in your state associations, your business associations, trucking associations. Look at your rails. Not DEP. Our Department of Transportation covers rails. So they were able to assist us in starting some conversations there. So find out who covers rails and find out how many there are. Pennsylvania has 64. We have 2 major lines and we have several short lines, and they all operate different. So be prepared. You're going to learn lots of different ways industry works within itself. And GIS, I certainly am glad that has been an up and coming force, because that is something that we truly incorporated and we use many different ways as we're mapping, as we're providing information to our communications team and everything else. So it's flexible, it's multiple uses, and usually USDA and states can find a way to share that information when they need to. And just lastly, the whole group of people that we had on this morning, I wish they had been in place before, I wish I was coming into it now, because they have more answers now than I did when we started in 2014. So, Matt Helmus, he has done a really fabulous job. We have taken that information and we have actually found new populations using the tools he has given us as to where the threat is. So use those tools, start talking to the folks in your state, get them on board, and you can't do it by yourself. It's got to be a team effort, is the biggest message I'll give to all of you.
Thank you, Dana. I love the points about the kids. I think everybody realizes that kids are the ones that kind of bring information home to the parents that don't have the time to watch the news or something. So kids are invaluable to that. I think about my daughter, and this time of year she'll say, "Dad, there's a naughty bug on the wall," and I know it's a brown marmorated stink bug. Or if we're outside during the summer, there's a naughty bug and it's a Japanese beetle. So they are sponges, and they do they can communicate these things to folks that can take action on it. The other thing I wanted to mention too was Dana was talking about municipalities, and with COVID, we had to be creative with Gypsy Moth this year. We couldn't do in-person trainings or outreach efforts. And it turns out that most municipalities have communications managers and outreach specialists that are very good at social media. So if you need to do something within a municipality, try and find a communications person that can disseminate information to the residents relatively quickly, because that'll make your lives that much easier as well. So without rambling too much, I'll kick it over to Stephen for Delaware's perspective. Stephen.
Hey, so as I was thinking about this question, really 2 things came to mind that everyone else kind of already touched on. Number 1, staffing. You're always going to need more people than you already have. When this first showed up in Pennsylvania in 2014, maybe it was like 2014 or 15, we got a list of businesses that got products from the area in Pennsylvania where spotted lanternfly was. So for the first few years, this kind of fell to the Cooperative Agricultural Pest Survey program to do surveys, of which there were 2 staff people, 1 full-time and 1 part-time individual. And they really focused, one of them was me, I and my casual seasonal, really focused on these trace forwards, these businesses, And we didn't really branch out from there. And then when we did find it eventually in large numbers in 2018, it wasn't from these businesses, you know, it was just in a park on the side of the road that was coming out of Pennsylvania. So we didn't really, I would say, like, don't get stuck in a box for where you think it's gonna show up. You know, that's what kind of what we did. And if we had, you know, thought about other places maybe to look instead of just focusing on those few businesses, maybe we would have found it a few months earlier, maybe we would have found it a year earlier. But also along with that is if we had more people looking, that definitely would have helped us. Something that we didn't do is, you know, try to work with other sections of the department, try to get like forestry involved early on. We did that, you know, once we started finding it in big numbers, but to help us with the surveys and things like that, that definitely would have been a good thing to do. And then secondly, you know, the getting ready for treatment is something that we didn't really have a lot of experience with, that we kind of learned along the way. But when we, you know, when we did find it, it was pretty late in the year. It was like October. And if we were, you know, prepared, maybe we could have done some treatments then, but we just weren't prepared for the number of spotted lanternfly that we did see. And there was just like no way that we could have actually done that at that time. So yeah, number one, I would say get more staffing. You'll always have something for them to do. And number two is really just, you know, don't like put yourself in a box about what you think is going to happen. Start, you know, brainstorming worst case scenarios of where they're going to pop up that you maybe didn't think about yet.
Thank you, Stephen. I think when we think about you know, where we expect to find something or how we expect to find it, yeah, maybe we do start to get a little too focused on that and fail to look outside the box. And I think that's a great point that you know, things like this can be unexpected. And as like Dana mentioned, we don't know what the next one's going to be either. So you know, when you're talking about a specific insect in this situation, kind of keeping an open mind and looking at all angles is going to pay off in the long run. So thank you to all of you for that. I'm going to go over to some of the questions or chatter in the Q&A section. I'm going to spin this one a little bit. Name one area or activity that was not done correctly with past invasive pest program, and what steps taken to avoid its reoccurrence with the SLF program. I've been thinking about this and kind of knowing that, you know, there probably isn't maybe a pest in each state that would be applicable. Can any of you guys think of something where there was a previous pest program that you maybe learned from or took something from that worked and applied to spotted lanternfly?
I cannot think off the top of my head of anything because every insect is different. I mean, we've had experience with Asian longhorn beetle, and they're a pain in the neck. They're wood borers, yes, but they're lazy and they don't rapidly move, right? They do hitchhike a little bit, but not a whole heck of a lot. So you can kind of get a handle on them, draconian as it is. But these guys are rapid movers, so almost akin to in movement is like EAB, and you see how far that spreads, right? Or how far it has spread. It's just kind of like a wildfire going through. So it's hard to, and even gypsy moth, without slow the spread and without the people moving eggs around, that's a relatively slow moving creature also. You know what I mean? So it's hard to say previous past. We just I have not seen, or I'm not familiar or can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Scott, I'll say that for us, we looked at the Gypsy Moth program, and that's where like we have a checklist that was designed for homeowners. So if they're moving something out of the quarantine, they could do their own self-inspection, sign the form, and then it could move with the article, much like what the Gypsy Moth program does have, especially if they were moving out of the state. We wanted to make sure that states knew that things had been inspected. So that's one of the things that we saw and utilized.
Yeah, I think the parallels to Gypsy Moth are probably the closest that we can come to making any comparisons between the pests that we've had to deal with and this one. Any other thoughts or comments on that? Anything that didn't work or did work from any of the other states?
So I would just echo the Japanese beetle and the Gypsy Moth pieces. I mean, there's material that travels west, and again, as a lifelong Easterner or Northeasterner, you know, years ago, I did live in Washington for a couple of years, and it's like, well, what's the big deal about Gypsy Moth? We've lived with that, and but it is a big deal in the West, and we have kept it from getting out there. So I don't think we should be sort of negative of thinking that all of these things always, you know, when uncontained, wind up all over the place. There are things that we can do, things that can be successful. I think an example, not necessarily parallel to lanternfly or Gypsy Moth, you know, we've had golden nematode in New York. We think it came back from World War I on military equipment in 1919 or 1918. And we've contained that, and it hasn't shown up other places. And we've maintained a vibrant agricultural industry out on Long Island, even with that pest being in some locations in that part of New York. So there are things that we can do, and there are examples of quarantine programs that have shown long-term success.
And I got one thing that just came to mind. You were talking about brown marmorated stink bug, Scott. So that I think is something that not done correctly or area activity, but they didn't really take it seriously when they first discovered it. And now it's boom, kind of everywhere, right? And it's all over the place. So by not taking things seriously would be, you know, not a good thing to do with any kind of invasive pest. We just have to be more focused and, you know, yes, reactionary, but do our appropriate things that we've learned about quarantine and controls and all that stuff, biologies of the insect. So.
And I think just one other thing I'll add is as much as we know about all of these things and all of the different things we can do, there's also a little bit of an art to this of deciding where you put your resources and what you try to eradicate, what you try to manage, what you throw up your hands early on and say, we're not going to manage this. You know, we've got in New York a number of different quarantine programs going on that, you know, they're longstanding programs, take a lot of resources. But for example, one that we get questioned on a fair amount of the time from the grower perspective is European cherry fruit fly. And one of the questions that the cherry growers will say to us is, you know, why is this one regulated? You know, spotted winged Drosophila was not regulated. That's a fruit fly too. For the entomologists, don't criticize me. I know it's a different group of flies, but for the grower, that's hard for them to tease apart and understand why one gets the response and another one doesn't get the response. Because what the cherry growers oftentimes are telling us is, well, we're having a much harder time maintaining our control programs for spotted winged Drosophila, which is not a quarantine pest. That's the one that we're spraying for more frequently than the actual quarantine pest. So that trying to get to a place where we can make better decisions about the resources because to Dana's point, we can't quarantine everything that comes in all the time. One of the things that concerned me about lanternfly all along was because it moves on so many conveyances and so many different products, how do you quarantine that? Because the more, the more industries that you inconvenience, the louder the voice is that you're inconveniencing us and you're costing us money.
Oh, and I think Pennsylvania, we were lucky. And I know that sounds really weird that I'm saying that, but we had 2 entomologists on staff that were trained in plant hoppers. And they knew right away when they saw it, this was going to be a problem. And lucky for us, they knew Julie Urban and, brought her in as soon as they did. So in that respect, the staff and just making sure that, we have people who are trained and that we are providing support to them to continue that training for identification is critical.
Thank you, Dana. Maybe a fun question in here. How is the spotted lanternfly dog detection survey working, and will that be more utilized for other states besides Pennsylvania?
We love Lucky. She's a wonderful addition to our team. And yes, she is proving to be quite an asset for us. She has gone out to some of the greenhouse and nursery areas where we know that we were getting information from states saying they were finding some dead spotted lanternfly. So she's been doing inspections around those. She's been to a couple of steel companies. And it's a great moment because she can walk around, she will hit on something, and then it becomes an opportunity to work with the business owner on what they can do to mitigate, to make sure that they understand this is a threat. Pull those things out of the tree line if you can, or this is where you need to focus some more inspection. She's being very well received by the businesses, and she is right now a hot media item. She has been on TV and done several segments for TV and photo shoots. So we're thinking she's going to need an entourage soon. But we would certainly, and we are discussing adding another team, canine detector team, because we do believe she has quite a bit of value in doing what she does, and she hits on egg masses. That's what she's trained to do.
So I'm Scott. I put a question in the answer that I shouldn't have, so I'm just going to read it out. Is there any evidence that ties control of Ailanthus to slowing the spread of spotted lanternfly?
I can tell you that Penn State is doing some research. Kelly Hoover, Dr. Kelly Hoover has been working on excluding Ailanthus to see what impact that has on the spotted lanternfly, and she has some preliminary data showing that they're not as prolific. They can still make it through their life cycle. They can still have viable egg masses laid, but where you might get 3 to 4 egg masses laid by an adult that has had tree of heaven, one without may only lay 1 or 2, and all of those eggs are not viable. So there is some evidence out there, and she's going to be continuing that research to see if we can get some more solid answers. But Penn State is working on some of those, and I believe that USDA is as well.
Thanks, Dana. And just to follow up on that a little bit, I guess, as far as an early strategy, is I guess you might consider, like, would you be shooting yourself in the foot if you went on an all-out eradication effort for Tree of Heaven? Or does it make sense to leave sentinel plots or leave areas where you want to kind of study as almost monitoring locations for it? Is there any research or indication as to that kind of approach as an early detection tool?
Well, early on, many people were asking that question to us, Scott, and we decided that while we would remove some, we should not remove them all because, as Julie described, Tree of Heaven's not native. We don't have a lot of native species going to it for survival, for pollination. So it made sense that we could use that then to combat spotted lanternfly. And I, the biologist in me says, if you remove something, then yes, how do you scout for it? How do you know where it's going to go? If you don't have that tree that you know they want to go, if it's in the area, it's going to find Tree of Heaven. So I would not recommend going on an all-out assault and removing Tree of Heaven. And by the way, tree removal is very expensive. For those who have not done ALB or spotted lanternfly, it's very expensive to bring a tree down.
Just to touch on the comment that was made about the electrical equipment, I think we can probably run down a laundry list of things that would continue to be added to a potential list of regulated articles. And me, for one, I picture South Dakota, I picture wind farms, I look at the bases and the blades moving up and down our highway system constantly. Those are certainly mostly fiberglass from my understanding, but there are metal components to it. So yeah, I think it's kind of endless. And that's one of the challenging things about this pest is that, where do you draw the line? Can you draw the line? Is there anything that's safe to move? Aside from water, I don't know. But yeah, it seems like every time you talk, there's something being added to a regulated article list or a potential host list. So I think that wraps up everything in the question and answer section. Does anybody have any questions they want to try and work in toward the end, or any final comments or thoughts from the panel?
I see a raised hand by Joy. I don't know if that's an accident or what.
It is. For some reason, I can't type in the question, so I just was going to make the comment, Joe. We love the see it, stomp it, report it message. However, in a state, since we don't have spotted lanternfly, we knew that once it was stomped, nobody was taking a picture of it or scooping it up and putting it in a bag to report it to us. And it was imperative for us to be able to identify the first spotted lanternfly. So we stole your message and tweaked it a little bit to where ours says, see it, snap it with a camera image, report it, and then we have our link to be able to report it there. So that was just one thought.
Yeah, I got you right. And when we first had to see it reported, I mean, we've had people, it was amazing to me what people would do. So they'd be hiking and they would find some whips in this quarantine zone, and the whips were covered with adults feeding on and actually killing the little whip Tree of Heaven. And they wouldn't give us any other information. There was no geolocation. Oh, I'm up here in Hunterdon County and look what I see, and isn't this disgusting? And they just sent it to us. And then it took days to track down where this bridge was, looking at all the bridges along this particular trail to go find the whips. We found them and we sprayed them, but it was like, so the person who did this, he didn't kill him, he didn't give us any more information, but he felt good about reporting it because that's what he wanted to do. And he did his due diligence to the state of New Jersey. And I go, can you do a little more? Somehow just do it just a little bit more. That's all.
Thank you. I will say one other tip that we learned the hard way is make sure there's someone on your staff that knows how to reverse look up images. If someone sends an image in, we had a situation with it was completely innocent, The homeowner found what he believed were spotted lanternfly on a native grapevine in his yard, and sent us a picture that was completely alarming to us. We grabbed the troops and drove straight there the next morning to be sure that we were going to find, you know, a huge portion of the state infested based on the picture that we got. It was indeed spotted lanternfly. It was indeed on grape based on the picture. And we just kept searching and searching and searching and couldn't find what we were looking for, only to find out that the homeowner had already, he had nothing to show us personally because he had doused the woods with diesel fuel and lit it on fire. And so there was nothing at all there for us to see, no signs of anything. And when we reverse looked up the image, we realized that was an image that someone else took, and he innocently sent us that thinking, oh, this is what I saw, so I'm just going to tell him. When we, you know, and so we've learned the hard way. Before we send the entire troops out, take a couple breaths, let's do our homework before we go out. So that was a really good tool that we learned the hard way.
Yeah, something similar happened to us. What happened, someone like posted to Facebook a picture of a spotted lanternfly, and it said like ocean, it was like down at the beaches in Delaware. It was like posted at, you know, Rehoboth Beach. And we're like, what is going on? And we actually, like, you know, sent a Facebook message to this person, and they were like, oh no, we took this in Pennsylvania. They just like waited till they got down to the beach to post it to Facebook. So that was weird. I think, you know, being comfortable reaching out to these strangers just to ask, like, you know, for that kind of information is something to have. Like, you're right, like it might not be necessary to send everyone down there. If you could just get like a little more information from them.
We had the same exact experience with it being posted from somewhere in Manhattan back in 2018, long before we had found it in New York. And it was a college student who was from Eastern Pennsylvania, had an image, and they posted it when they were at school, and it came up as being from New York, and we were able to trace it back and talk with them. So that is very important.
I guess somewhat similarly along those lines, just a quick question for you all. Have you guys seen anything that commonly gets mistaken? I know we talk about how distinct this insect looks. You get reports from people that any insects that are common or repeatedly reported as mistaken?
So in our case, we had, I think when the first instars come out of lanternfly, so May-ish or so, I could have the wrong time. We had a lot of leopard moth photos come in. Thank God for the emails and send us the photos so we could triage, and we'd go 1,000 times. We finally just made a pre-canned cut and paste and go, no, it's leopard moth. It's like we had like hundreds of those, but we had this big explosion of those. And then spiders for the early instar nymphs, like, you know, little black spiders. Oh, here's something, it's little and black. And I go, well, sorry, it's a spider. But, you know, once they get large, it's pretty, it's like looking at an elephant. You know what it is, you know, so.
Something that we usually get, I think, is we get a lot of pictures of lichen that people think are egg masses. Not a lot of mistaken IDs for the insects themselves, but a lot of people see, you know, things on trees and think that it might be an egg mass. So that's mostly what they would misidentify. And it wouldn't just be lichen, it'd be like lichen, it could be like a praying mantis egg mass, or just like some sap, things like that. We get a lot of that. So whenever someone says that they have a lot of egg masses in their yard, definitely ask them for a picture, because it might not be the case.
I've seen people call box elder beetles the third instar, and I've seen that a few times on.
I think that makes
And
sense.
Penn State has done a really nice job. They put lookalikes on their webpage. So as you're going through trying to make sure you have spotted lanternfly, they have several different pictures that we have found people think are spotted lanternfly, and they're not. and timing is everything. Like Joe mentioned, sometimes the timing is off when what they're reporting to you that they're seeing in a life stage. So just follow-up conversation.
There's another question. Is biological control, such as using parasitoids, being researched, like that being used for EAB? I know Dr. Urban talked a little bit about the fungal parasite. Does anybody have any knowledge about, I guess it's more insects in particular, parasitoids?
They are, Scott, and I know that some of the researchers on Monday that will be talking at the summit will be going over those biocontrols.
Excellent. Thank you, Dana. There was a question that came in about tree of heavens. I guess from my perspective, and the question is where they're located. If anyone else wants to chime in, feel free. My understanding is that it's pretty widespread, but here in Illinois, we find it particularly in urban settings, disturbed areas. It really seems to be a very aggressive volunteer in alleyways and anywhere between garages. So that's part of the problem, is that it colonizes fast, it grows fast. You know, if an area did a tree inventory for emerald ash borer 10 years ago, there could be a lot of tree of heaven that popped up since then. So we see it more in the urban areas versus natural, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to find it in natural areas as well. I don't know if anybody else has a thought or comment on that.
So I'll throw in my 2 cents for what it's worth. But so you're right, disturbed areas, yeah, you can, if you take a stroll down any rail yard anywhere, I think you will find it. I mean, it's prolific. In my state, even in, you know, rural areas, farmlands, that kind of stuff, you get on the right next to the field. You know, they like a lot of sun. Even in deep woods, you can get them too. In the middle of the pines, you have a clearing in there, they'll show up in there too. But, you know, in our farmlands, when we're assessing properties, people are walking, you know, a 100-acre, you know, farm, because it's all over the place, mostly around the fields, mostly by bright sunlight on the edges and stuff like that, besides houses, all that. So you kind of find it anywhere. When you think you don't have it, oh, you'll have it, you know, at least in New Jersey. That's all I can attest to.
I'll add that as part of one of the surveys we mentioned earlier on, we tried to look at areas where Tree of Heaven kind of interfaced with vineyards. So we kind of figured that knowing that Tree of Heaven is somewhat necessary for them to complete their life cycle, or highly utilized, I should say, and then their preference for vineyards and grapes, we thought that would be an interesting interface to try and focus on. So I guess hedging our bets on likeliness or risk areas was something that we were thinking about when devising those survey strategies. Has the pest been spotted in Texas? I don't believe so. Can anyone? I guess the question is spotted. Does that mean detected? I don't want to speak on Texas's behalf, but I have not heard anything.
Scott, I can tell you that there was. Oh.
Go ahead, Dana.
There was an instance where a ship that was in port in Pennsylvania that was based out of Texas happened to be in when the spotted lanternfly were moving, but the captain knew what to do and made sure that he got all the spotted lanternfly off. Spotted lanternfly need to constantly feed, so as we heard with Devin and her talk today, if they get on a ship, the likelihood is they can't survive. There's not a food source for them. And the captain did the right thing. He alerted Texas Department of Agriculture, who was ready to inspect the ship when he got to port, and they were communicating with us. So again, great communication lines, and outreach was working since the captain knew what to look for.
Excellent. I think that's a good example of how things can go right when the proper procedures are taken. Another question just came in. Have the treatments been effective in eradicating spotted lanternfly in an area? So I guess any area. Anybody have experience with that on, I guess, any kind of level?
We have seen a decrease along the rail lines where we have treated. So the numbers have dropped down. The problem is there's just so many of them. And because they move, so you get these waves coming back in. But yes, we know that the treatments work, as Julie talked about today. They're easy to kill, but they move. And so that's where the difficulty lies into, you know, you have to have multiple tools. Silver bullet.
I think that's an interesting point too, because we have to explain that about gypsy moth quite a bit, where if you have an area that's infested, one property doing a treatment isn't really going to do much because they can just collapse back into that property. So you really need to kind of look at it more holistic from an area perspective. So oh, another one just came in. Can anyone comment on their experiences with working with the railroads on surveying at rail yards and along rail corridors? Jay talked about that a little bit. I don't think he's still on. Anybody have some comments or thoughts on that?
So I can make some quick comments and then perhaps somebody else can. But so we've had a lot of experience within our Asian longhorn beetle program in New York City, as well as out on Long Island. And that's generally with the transportation authorities down there. So, you know, there's pretty strict access regulations and training regulations and training requirements that you have to abide by. Upstate, with spotted lanternfly, that's something that we've been working on. We've had pretty good success working through our industry trade group in New York, which represents mostly the short line railroads. Again, one of the issues is each railroad may have different safety requirements. The other place where we've made some inroads is working with our State Department of Transportation Rail Safety Unit. And we actually have a farm bill or a PPA 7721 project to try to increase our ability to do some of this work on rail lines.
In my experience, I think Dana's had probably the best experience out of all of us. But in my experience, talk about bureaucracy, you haven't met one till you try to deal with them. We've had success working through the USDA to get access to rail yards around the port environment. Those were most successful. And you need the training, yeah. So we've had that. But it's easier said than done. It's going to take some time. So that would be something to have learned, is that if you want to do that, start that process now, because it's going to be a long time to get the right contacts. You'll get passed off all over, and eventually you will make it run, but you have to be patient and persistent to make any kind of headway.
It is a process, and the sooner you can reach out and start to learn who operates the rail lines, it's very important. But please keep an open mind when you're talking to them. They have a very slim margin, and anything that we ask, you know, they have to look at that, and they do have, you know, a rather large board that they have to report to. So you need to find the common ground where you can both work together. And please understand that their large concern is on safety. They do not want anybody injured or killed, which I can understand. You know, imagine anybody I would feel horrible if any of our survey team or treatment teams became injured while working there. So that is a very large concern for them, and you need to respect that as you're moving forward in talking to them. And it's going to take conversation, but they do listen to what you're saying, and they will provide some guidance to you. Norfolk Southern is the largest one here in Pennsylvania, and they have been working with us for survey and treatment, and we appreciate the steps that they've taken to put us on properties so that we can do that work.
Thanks, Dana. I think this question goes back to the situation with the ship in Texas. How long does it take for spotted lanternfly to die without a food source? I'm going to guess that's probably dependent upon multiple factors, but does anybody have a study or information referencing starvation?
That work has been going on. I'm sorry. I don't want to. Greg Parra is probably a good resource for answering that question, but you're right, Scott. It is dependent on temperature, those types of things. As Julie mentioned, they're not an early riser, but they need the heat of the day. And as it heats up, and we've even seen the cloud passes in front of the sun, they really slow down on their intake from trees. So all of that is dependent on how much they need, but usually a couple of days. It doesn't take a lot.
Thank you. Looks like things have slowed down coming in, so and we're all caught up on everything. Any final thoughts from any of the panelists?
Good luck and be patient.
What's that?
I said, good luck and be patient.
I will go out on a limb here and say that I think anybody that's participated or been on a panel or anything is always welcome to questions or being contacted for information. We're a very helpful group, and like's been mentioned previously, we're more than happy to share what we know and what we've experienced with anybody. So if you do need to look up a name or a number or an email address, feel free to, and feel free to send us a message. But again, this has been recorded. It will be available. I think more information coming out on that. I think it's going to take about a week or two to get everything transcribed and organized for that, but that will be available moving forward. So, Dana, any parting thoughts from you?
Thanks, Scott. I will say that I really appreciate all the presenters today, and I want to thank Scott and Joy. They did a fabulous job putting together the SLF 101, and I'm hoping that everyone did find it useful. And I will say that we still have some spots available next week for the summit, which is the 1st through the 3rd. Research is happening on Monday, and then we will have extension and communication on Tuesday, and then Wednesday is for operation and stakeholders. So if you have not signed up, please do so. I know that the Monday day is getting rather full, but there are spots available. But again, they will be taped so that they can be viewed later. And again, I want to thank Cornell for hosting the webinar today and next week. Really appreciate all the work and effort that they have put into making this successful for us as well. And all the folks who worked on this, you can see them on the screen. That is your planning committee that put these programs together for you. So thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. And with that, I will give you about 9 minutes back to your day. So thanks to everybody that participated today as well. I think everything went very well. Thank you so much.